Everybody. Today is May 19, 2021, and tonight is our joint regular meeting of the City Council. This is our closed session portion for tonight, and I'll ask the City Clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Here.
Councilmember Figueroa.
Here.
Councilmember Charette.
Here.
Councilmember Reynoso.
Here.
Councilmember Kelvin.
Here.
Councilmember Alexander.
Here.
Mayor Valdivia.
Here. Okay. Go into any public comments for closed session.
Yes, we have 3.
Okay.
Good evening, Council. This is my public comment for closed session for Treasurer Ortiz. I'm looking over the agenda, and I have an issue that RDICO negotiations for the downtown redevelopment is here in closed session. And not that I'm not excited this isn't moving forward, but when you all agreed that this was the person we were going to go with, or the company, we as the public and you as the council asked that we be given regular updates, and that has yet to happen. So now I see a closed session item on negotiating with this company, and we have no idea as a community where we are in the process, which bothers me even more by the fact that the mayor is out giving interviews with online sources saying that there are not going to be any extensions given. There are not going to be anything other than...
Mayor Pro Tem, if you could please mute your mic.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to log in here on my actual computer.
Thank you.
the set date and time for this project to end if negotiations don't happen within the stipulated period. I have issue with that given the fact he's a total crook, given the fact that we know that he has people on standby who are willing to give him money for a piece of this downtown redevelopment. I take issue with the fact that he and the city manager are still out there negotiating backup plans for demolition of the mall when we have said as a council and a community that RDICO will take precedent on how this is going to be handled in the future. So is this really going to be a transparent process, or are we still dealing with the pay-to-play corruption of John Valdivia? And is the city manager, Robert Field, going to be a hand puppet in this process of ruining the potential downtown redevelopment we've been waiting for 20 years? And does the city attorney take any issue with the fact that the mayor still runs around with all of these private companies trying to buy their way into our city who are political donors to him? Because I don't care what we may or may not have in writing in our city. There are legalities that supersede whatever unethical stuff that you guys don't believe has to be written down for you. That needs to be enforced. So the city attorney is on notice. Robert Field, you are on notice. Councilors, the rest of you are all on notice that this is not a transparent process, that what you believe is happening behind the scenes is still being exposed because we're paying attention. So please provide the community with the necessary updates, along with the community meetings that we were guaranteed as part of putting together a community benefits agreement. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Harry Hatch, 7th Ward. This is for a closed session. Item D, as in David. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am hoping that I am going to be talking to you about what you're anticipating in litigation. This is about the Oxbow. Just for your information, I have also discovered now that a corporation known as American Technologies Incorporated was used to clean up the fire scene in Redlands. It also appears as though Greenleaf Corporation, who was used to transport that debris and placed it at the same place as the Oxbow cement. I believe it's on the bottom of the pile. I have additional information that I'm recovering, but I wanted to let you know about this. To the council, I say, please, look at section 1090 through 1099 of the government code. Our mayor is leading you down a path that is going to lead all of you into trouble. You need to keep him out of the negotiations for the removal of this property. He is already in violation of those sections. It will come out. This package is unwinding. Please do the right thing, make the right decisions. And I speak to all the council members. You know what is right thing to do. This stuff is toxic. There are lithium batteries that were burned up in that fire. It will be a groundwater pollution. This will occur if you don't do something about removing the Oxbow dump site. Thank you very much. Wearing Ashwords.
Hello, this is Aaron Sines. I'm calling on behalf of the downtown development plan that'll be discussed in the closed session. We, the people of San Bernardino, have pushed really hard for the council to go with RDI Co. to handle the downtown redevelopment plan. And we want to see that go in action smoothly with cooperation with the right people. No strings being pulled, no pay-to-play, no alternatives, no backups, whatever. Just full-on cooperation with RDI Co. and open engagement with the community with the updates for the plan as it goes on. That's what we want. We want openness, no alternative whatever, just full updates on the plan, letting us know that it is in fact going smoothly and downtown will be revitalized and help the city get back to the greatness that it once had. And probably still has, because the people who live here still care, still want to do good, still want to beautify this city with the beauty that it has, but has a lot of trouble showing right now. The downtown redevelopment plan is not one worth
Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. I was actually going to make this comment. From this Carousel Mall is that the residents have vehemently requested and demanded, and there was a clamor for this involved community input and public engagement. And so unless there's some type of pending litigation regarding the Carousel Mall, I don't understand why we're discussing this item in closed session. I hope that there is some type of report that is given to the public that comes from this, but I strongly support that this should be part of the public discussion and not closed session. So that's all I wanted to say regarding that item.
Okay, Councilmember Calvin.
I definitely would like to echo Councilman Figueroa. I found it to be very distressing that this was on there, unless it is. It must be some litigation that is tied to. Furthermore, on March 3rd, we were all told, it's in the minutes, the city manager Field would give us all updates every 30 days. That has not happened. And so already we are off to a start that is not, obviously, this is not going to be a transparent procedure. And this is very concerning right off the bat. And so we must make these corrective changes at this point.
Thank you, council member. I would concur. You know, bottom line is the public has a complete responsibility. Well, we as electeds have a responsibility to share this information. That was kind of the conceptual plan and design. The clamor from January 28th of this year and the workshop is that we want this public. And so we'll allow Mr. Field, unless Sonia, you have some other comment, but why is this being in closed session? Why is it presented?
So I just want to clarify for the public's benefit, if you look at the agenda, it is noticed not as a litigation matter. So we don't want there to be misinformation out there. It has nothing to do with litigation. It is noticed on the agenda as a conference with your real property negotiators, and your negotiators are listed as the city manager. So just so everyone is clear, I don't want people to think that we are in litigation with anyone.
Fair enough. That's good. Mr. Field, do you have any other comments?
Yes. Typically, real estate negotiations are handled in closed session. Because of the nature of the negotiations, there are certain aspects of these negotiations that need to be held private. They are not. This is not necessarily a process where you want to disclose, because there are two sides here, and you need to be able, as a public body. There's a reason that real estate negotiations are allowed to be conducted through a closed session process. You don't want to show your hand to the other party. So we have anonymous discussions with the council to explain where we are and how the process is going. There are other aspects of the discussions that will be made public. This specific portion, however, needs to be held confidential for our purposes. They're not going to. The other side is not going to disclose they're going to show their hand. They're not going to disclose the nature of their side of the negotiations. And this is a negotiated item. It is not. This is not shaping what the future of the mall property looks like. It is just negotiating the real estate transaction between the city of San Bernardino and the partnership Renaissance Downtown and ICO Real Estate. So that's the reason for having this update in closed session. It has nothing to do with trying to hide the ball in terms of what the future of the Carousel Mall property is going to look like. It has everything to do with the fact that the city would put ourselves at a significant disadvantage in those negotiations if we did not make use of the fact that we have this right to conduct a closed session discussion, so that we as staff can explain to the council where we are with respect to the status of negotiations. That's the only reason this is in closed session. No, it's not litigation, but there are other types of discussions that we conducted in closed session, and this is one of them. And there's as I said, there's a very specific reason for that.
Councilmember Alexander, you had your hand up, sir.
Yes, sir. I was just trying to get back on track to the closed session agenda before we lose, because this is on the agenda item, right?
Yeah, this is on the docket for item number C.
Right. Could we get to number A first and then come back to this?
Okay.
Because we've been blowing out our agenda
I hear
items
you,
in order.
Councilman. Let me recognize Councilmember Calvin, then we'll proceed in our agenda.
No problem.
Are we in closed session? Have we actually adjourned a closed session?
We have not. This is still airing.
We have not.
It's streaming.
We have
So,
not.
Councilmember Calvin, please go ahead.
No, I can hold my question until we get to item C. So, but I did think that it was quite important that these comments be made, because we still have not even, and if we are entering into some conversation regarding property negotiation or whatever, it's still a concern that we have not been giving any information as we were told on March 3rd that we would be receiving information every 30 days. So
Heary. I agree, council member. All right, let's stop the streaming, council, and we'll ask staff to exit the room, and then we'll continue on to our of the Marin City Council and the Marin City Council acting as successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the city of San Bernardino. I now call to order this open session. Good evening and welcome to our viewing public and our staff members, and thank you for being here. At this time, I will recognize Dr. Fred Adams from the Rock Church to lead us in the invocation, followed by Dr. Adams, if you would please also then lead us into the Pledge of Allegiance.
Well, I'd like to thank everyone for inviting me to pray over the meeting. And if you would all bow your heads and let's go before the Father in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before your mighty throne of grace, O God, and we invite your presence here today. And we ask that you guide us and direct each of our conversations tonight, that you would apply your wisdom to every decision that's met in this meeting today. We ask your blessing on the mayor and each council member as they give of their time, their talents, and gifts to serve the citizens of San Bernardino. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. All rise, and Dr. Adams, if you'd lead us please in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
One nation under God, indivisible with one. Yeah.
And amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. We appreciate the Rock Church and what a great ministry there. And it's great to see you, Dr. Adams. I remember you as a councilman, and it's a delight to see you once again, sir. Thank you for providing that invocation tonight. At this time, we'll ask the city clerk, please, to call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Here.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Here.
Councilmember Charette?
Here.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Here.
Councilmember Calvin?
Here.
Councilmember Alexander?
Here.
And Mayor Valdivia?
Here. Thank you very much, Ms. City Clerk. At this time, I'll recognize the city attorney for her closed session report.
Mayor, council members, and members of the public, we had 4 closed session items this evening. Direction was given to staff, and there is no reportable action.
Thank you very much, Ms. City Attorney. At this time, I'll recognize our city manager, Rob Field. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So as frequently happens, we're going to have a little bit of a theme tonight for my update. And tonight's is reopenings, because we are getting back to business, folks, and it's really a good time to be able to announce that and be able to start doing that. So we'll start with animal services because that just seems like an appropriate place to start. We are starting to accept walk-ins again, starting actually yesterday. And we are also now accepting applications for volunteers to work at the animal shelter. We couldn't really do nearly as good a job of providing services to the animals and to their current or prospective owners without a strong cadre of volunteers. So we're accepting volunteers, and please reach out to Animal Services if you have an interest in doing so. Same thing with libraries. Libraries are returning on June 7th. All of our city libraries are going to return to their regular service hours. And we're also going to start doing our summer reading program so that on June 7th. So the libraries are back up and running again as well. Likewise, in the Parks and Recreation Department, Community Services, the community center programming is beginning on June 7th. We're going to start accepting applications also for reservations. Actually, we just started that. So you can reserve space at city parks and community centers actually starting now. And the swim center and swim programs are reopening on May 29th. So swim season is here as well. I know that's a particular interest to certain members, certainly to certain members of our city council, as we learned very recently. So Public Works, well, we're doing oil recycling. We're having an oil recycling booth at San Manuel Stadium. Again, reopening. San Manuel Stadium is open again, and we're also starting to do those sort of environmental programs May 21st, a couple days from now. Community Dump Day. May 22nd at Paris Hill Park from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. So a cleanup day as well. Finally, on a slightly different note, Community and Economic Development Department is going to be doing an outreach on the general plan that we are and downtown specific plan that we're currently developing. So there will be banners are going to be hung and some other efforts made to ensure that our community takes advantage of or has at least the opportunity to participate in the general plan preparation process. So look for those banners and also for social media announcements as we go forward with the preparation of the new general plan. Pretty exciting thing to have happen since we haven't done that since 2005. So with that, Mayor, that concludes my report. So I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. What a positive report on the reopening of our community. We're excited to see the community centers and our pools open, and right in perfect time to our summer season. We're grateful. We'll turn it over to council members' updates. Council member of the 1st District, Councilman Ted Sanchez. Sir?
No updates at this time. No announcements.
Thank you, sir. Council member Ibarra of the 2nd District.
No updates on my end. Thank you.
Council member Juan Figueroa of the 3rd.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to continue to encourage residents to get involved with their neighborhood association and utilize the BRTIC bulky item pickup. And then also to add on to the city manager's update regarding the community dump date, that is this Saturday, May 22nd at Paris Hill Park, located on 1135 East Highland. There'll be document shredding available and mulch giveaway. Just remember, no hazardous materials, no construction material, and no commercial type of vehicles. So this is for residents, and you might be asked to be prepared to show proof of residency. So that'll be this Saturday again, this Saturday, May 22nd, from I think it's 8 to 11 a.m. That's all.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Fred Charette of the 4th District. Sir, go ahead.
Thank you. I have no particular announcements tonight.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilman Ben Reynoso of the 5th District. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to report back that the neighborhood association meeting for Hudson was a success. Going to be out there kind of emboldening each neighborhood association by canvassing. We have a lot of work to do, but I wanted to give a special shout out to Lieutenant Correll from our PD, Sergeant DeMay. I think it's DeMay. Officers McCarthy and Corral I got them to come out and canvass with us, to knock doors, and them being present, them playing with the kids, like that goes a long way. That's what we all signed up for, and I'm grateful for them and for the community who has accepted them. And I just wanted to highlight that Parks and Rec is we're having the kickoff it's an opening of the Lionel Hudson Park. I know it's been out there. A lot of people are aware who send their kids there to play that it's been open, but it's going to be a celebration because San Manuel, the LA Kings, the LA Galaxy actually donated that playground. And so there's going to be an event out there. It's going to be cool to be out there. And later on in the evening, they're going to be showing a film called Onward. And this is a highlight for Parks and Rec. Special shout out to the commissioners and Mr. Tickmeyer doing an amazing job. And they're going to be showing the film Onward. And I've seen the film a couple times. And so I want to encourage parents to take their children out there. It's a beautiful film. It's extremely empowering for families. And yeah, that's all I have. And so thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Great report. Thank you very much for your involvement in your district, and our congratulations to the Hudson Neighborhood Council for starting that up. That's great work. Thank you. Councilmember Calvin of the 6th District, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. I also want to give a shout out to neighborhood associations because it seems like the neighborhood associations in the city of San Bernardino are on fire. And I really, really, really am happy to hear about that. So I will be reporting that Cimarron Ranch, which is in the 6th Ward off of Cajon Boulevard, will be starting their very first neighborhood association. The meeting will be this Saturday, May 22nd at 9 a.m. And I want to give a shout out to Lieutenant Eric Flores that had a group of San Bernardino PD officers out knocking on doors and handing out the flyers to get the community rallied up. They also were at Ann Sherrill's Park yesterday. We didn't have a large turnout, but that's because it was the first time. So we're going to keep working it to make sure that the folks do come out for coffee with a cop. Also, I wanted to give a shout out to Ecclesia Fellowship. They just celebrated their 30th year anniversary of serving the community, and I think that is just astronomical. And also a shout out to Cal State University of San Bernardino for their Black graduation and National Black Grad. They hosted it at Valley College, and my council member, Damon Alexander, and I had a wonderful time out there congratulating all of the graduates, and it was just, just a heartfelt event, and I look forward to that event every year. But I really would like to thank a community member. Her name is Tina Lopez. And last year, this community member started a Adopt a Grad program due to the fact that we were in COVID, and these graduates, really felt that they had lost everything that they had worked for the last 12 years. And Ms. Tina Lopez and some other community members started Adopt a Grad. It was a very, very successful program. She has continued it for the class of 2021, and I would encourage everybody that is listening to please go on Facebook to Adopt a Grad and adopt a grad, because these scholars have been through an enormous amount, and they really want to see that the community is supporting them. And so it's a great thing to do. So I encourage everybody to go on out and do that. Thank you very much. That's the end of my announcements.
Thank you, Councilmember Calvin. We appreciate your involvement, and thank you for a great update to our community and your leadership in the 6th District. This time we'll recognize Councilman Damon Alexander, sir, of the 7th District.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. First, I'd like to give a shout out to code enforcement. Code enforcement and we've been riding around, and we have been attacking blight as we see it. They've been doing an outstanding job. So I want to give a 2 thumbs up to code enforcement. Thank you guys very much. Also like to thank Janet McKay of the NAC, because I'm trying to keep up with Councilman Reynoso and Councilwoman Calvin with the neighborhood association starting up. So we're firing one up too down here. So we're going to try to keep up with you guys, and we're starting out that with Commissioner Robert Porter. He's firing up that neighborhood association. So good job, you guys. I'm going to try to keep up with you. Public Works, thank you, Public Works. You guys are doing a fantastic job of restriping some areas around in the 7th Ward. It's looking clean, it's looking good, because you know what, appearance is everything. So thank you, Public Works. And like Councilwoman Calvin said, Ecclesia Christian Fellowship is in the 7th Ward. So Pastor Beckley and First Lady Linda and the whole entire Christian Fellowship, from me to you, I still have your certificate of appreciation in my possession because it was raining when I went out there to do it. So I still have it. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to give it to you in person. And like Councilwoman said, we're out there at the Black graduation at Cal State. To all those graduates everywhere around, congratulations. And we look forward to you putting in applications to the city.
Thank you very much, Councilman Alexander. We appreciate your leadership, and I just enjoy hearing when council members get out there in their districts, assisting and helping and leading the charge for attacking blight. That's commendable, sir, and thank you for your leadership. At this time, I also want to recognize in my comments on May 7th, Friday morning, I want to send my deep appreciation to Terrence Stone and Young Visionaries for their leadership efforts at the Nicholson Park. I was there for about 20 minutes, and it was great to see Councilmember Calvin also there. And as we passed out commodities, food, and pots and pans to moms, and it was a great event. There was a lot of organization involved, and I want to send my deep appreciation to Terrence Stone and his team of volunteers for their great work and efforts there at Nicholson Park. That's the southwesterly portion of the city of San Bernardino, abutting almost the city of Rialto. And we're grateful for you, Kim, Councilmember Calvin, for your efforts there too as well. I know that you took a lot of time and energy on your part, so we appreciate that. Also on May 13th, I conducted Thursday from 10 to 12 noon, I hosted a truckers summit. And it was a very great success, and I'm so thankful for the truckers coming out and supporting and learning about AQMD and environmentally friendly opportunities to transition their rigs into clean engines. And we're really excited. And I want to send my appreciation to AQMD, Todd, and your team for coming out and providing the programs, the Carl Moyle programs. And I want to encourage all of our viewing audience, if you have a trucker family or a member of your family, extended family that needs some resources for anything related to truckers, please call my office at 909-384-5133. Speak with Renee, and we will provide some information on grant opportunities to upgrade truck rigs in our community. It's important that we have clean and environmentally friendly engines, and that was my intent on that outreach opportunity. It was well attended. We had over 50 truckers from various parts of our community and really our region, and it was a great event. So thank you for all of that coordination. I want to announce that on June 15th, we will conduct a virtual State of the City. I will be addressing the community virtually, and this is part of the reopening of our community and in concert and keeping with the COVID-19 and specifically the reopening plan by our Governor Newsom. This will coincide with the date of June 15, beginning at 6 p.m. So please mark your calendar. That's Tuesday, 6 p.m. Details to follow. And we encourage our viewing audience to register now. The links will be up, I assume, Monday, the 24th. We'll have that up and available for our virtual State of the City that I will be conducting. At this time, we'll move on to our presentation tonight. We want to welcome our supervisor, our county supervisor, Supervisor Joe Baca Jr.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Honorable Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and the entire community. It's really an honor to be here in San Bernardino, and appreciate the opportunity to present and share some of the things we're working on with the county and the vision we have for the county. And a lot of the things that we're working on, at least specifically to tonight's presentation, will be in line with areas that are in conjunction with the city of San Bernardino. So before I make further remarks, I just want to go ahead and have staff go ahead and cue up the video, and then I'll give some remarks and then opportunity to answer any questions the mayor or council may have. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council, and listening public. Just, San Bernardino is a special place in my heart because I've had, ties with San Bernardino. Just as a kid, I played baseball at Nicholson Park, spent many weekends and days at the Old Boys and Girls Club on 9th Street. My father, was involved with the Kiwanis Club, so spent many times as a child at Meatla Cafe. So San Bernardino is a very, very special place to me. And then as an assembly member, one of the things I did, the downtown Rosa Parks building, I carried the legislation to do that. The school on 9th and Del Rosa, I carried the bill that allowed the school expansion there in the city of San Bernardino in conjunction with the school district. And also as an assemblyman, carried the bill to allow for expansion or public-private partnership at Seacom Lake. So San Bernardino is very, very important to me. But I want to talk a little about the roadmap to revitalization. Many of those areas that were mentioned, we got input from the community. We listened to pastors, business members, community members, and they shared some of the concerns. Infrastructure is just a huge need in the community. And many of these communities abut with the city of San Bernardino, like, for example, Muscoy. Muscoy, we've received some Safe Routes to School grants. And if you saw in the video, we're applying for potential future grants on Safe Routes to Schools in unincorporated areas of Little Third, Arrowhead Farms, near Cajon High School. These things are really, really important to improve the quality of life. So working closely with the San Bernardino City Unified School District, those things are very, very important. One of the things that we're working on in our roadmap is homelessness, which is the top ticket item. And I had the opportunity to go to the Neighborhood Association of Councils a few weeks ago at the Garcia Center in San Bernardino and address the concerns. And the concerns of the residents mentioned homelessness. So we're asking for $2.5 million for a potential pilot project to address the 100 most challenging homelessness in the community. We feel that needs to be done. Also, the Arrowhead Regional Medical Center has identified the importance of investing in homelessness, but also addressing some of the needs of behavioral issues that many of the homelessness have. They realize that these costs drive up this burden drives up the costs of many of our hospital costs. So these things are very, very important. We've listened to the community. The other thing, that potential partnership, is a DeVore animal shelter. It's outdated. It needs to be updated. Right now, we only have 3 cities within the county that use it. It's a Big Bear, Highland, and Yucaipa. We have cities in our community that are using Riverside County. We have cities in the county that are also using Los Angeles County animal shelters. This is a concern. We want to keep the money here in the Inland Empire, and knowing that our animal shelters here in the San Bernardino area, that becomes very, very important. In regards to the Glen Helen Regional Park, Glen Helen, we're looking at about $3.5 million we're dedicating through Prop 68 money to improve that. We know that many residents in San Bernardino use Glen Helen Regional Park. We're looking at updating bathrooms, many of the infrastructure, the water features, some of the playgrounds there. Potentially slurry sealing the entire parking lot there, which is very, very important. We know that there's a lot of activity at Glen Helen Park that many of our residents use it. Those that can't afford to go to amusement parks or travel, they use our local parks. So that's a pretty important issue for us. The other things that we're talking about dealing with is, partnering with the San Bernardino on the 210 and Waterman exit. We know that there's a lot of traffic, especially on the weekends and weekdays. A lot of congestion, people that either tourists or just passing through San Bernardino. We'd like to partner with you on that issue. In regards to the Muscoy, some of the concerns we got, I know Muscoy butts up with Cimarron Ranch, and I know I'll be there with Council Member Kim Calvin to address it. But some of the issues we heard was illegal dumping, street vending, and off-road vehicles that are used in the flood channels. We know those are concerns. We know the illegal dumping is a big issue. The street vending, I know we have to take an approach that not only addresses the street vending because it's a safety issue for people driving. We've gotten complaints from the residents with trash and some issues. So it's on our radar. The County of San Bernardino is looking at abating many nuisances within the county, not just in the 5th, but throughout the county. And the illegal dumping is just a huge, huge issue with the off-road vehicles that we have that drive through the Muscoy community and San Bernardino community. So those are some of the important issues that we feel. One of the big issues that's a big thing and could really, really help revitalize San Bernardino is a potential government center in the downtown area. We're talking about a $250 million investment in the downtown area. Many of our buildings are outdated, dilapidated, and don't make ADA compliance. We want to get those up to par, but we're looking at potential, some public-private partnerships, some workforce housing, along with potential places to eat and shop in the areas of the county building. And this would be great for the city. And we really vitalize the city in conjunction with your plan that you have with the Carousel Mall and some of the great things San Bernardino is looking at doing in the downtown area. But In regards to homelessness, one of the things the county has taken action, we now have a full-time homeless department head, Cassania Thomas. So at one time, we had someone that had 10 departments, Cassania. Now she just solely focused on homelessness. And we know it's a big challenge for the city of San Bernardino. It's a big challenge for the county, but we also want to be partners in that endeavor. But, you know, we're looking forward to the partnerships, the great working relationship, working together on anything that we can do, whether it's a county issue, regional issue. You know, we want to be good partners for you. I know that, you know, one of the visions of the city is also look at some potential housing projects in the Omnitrans area. I think that would be a great thing for housing in the downtown area. We need to take a look at that. I got some information from your city, and we talk about all the employees that live, take that work in this area between the city, the county, school district, Omnitrans, and other governmental agencies. We have a lot of people here. We want to be a partner in that. But, you know, I just wanted to share that vision with you. And those are things that we're working on. Infrastructure is important. We have a great opportunity with the $422 million coming to the county through the CARES Act. That's a great opportunity to reinvest back in the community, put people to work, prevailing wage jobs, and really invest in infrastructure. That's a big challenge for us. And we know this is a one-shot deal. We got to make sure we get it right. So I'm just honored to be here tonight, and I'll entertain any questions the mayor or council has or with any comments.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Baca Jr. We appreciate you and your leadership as you really arrive on scene, and we welcome you, sir. We thank you for all of your passion and interest as we move the city forward. I think this is a collaborative effort. There should be no competition here. This is more of a collaboration partnership, and we see that as such. Most of our council members, I would assume, we agree in partnership. We enjoy that opportunity, whether it's the county, the state, or even the federal opportunities here. As expressed in your presentation tonight, I do have some questions and more reaction to you that regarding during our conversation and meetup, we expressed 4 opportunities, and then we continue to make sure that that is presented to you and supported. First off, the sidewalk vending opportunities along Highland Avenue west of the 215. We feel that there is still an opportunity for our county code enforcement to assist and partner, especially in that Muscoy unincorporated area. There's a lot of issues there, and from parking and health and safety. And so that would be my strong encouragement to you, sir, to make sure that we have code enforcement resources from the county deployed along that corridor. Secondly, let's not forget the opportunity as we talk about infrastructure, that the LAFCO opportunity along to the west of Auto Center Plaza, the flood control area, we continue to express interest as a city to annex that into our city. And so we'll look to your leadership as well as we finalize some of those opportunities for our city. And third, I'm very supportive of the animal improvements, and we briefly discussed that, you and I, in your office, about those continued opportunities for a regionalization approach on animal services. We'll look to partner with other cities and certainly partner with our county county Department of Animal Services. So with that, thank you, Supervisor. We'll open it up to council members for their comments, questions, or reactions. Councilmember Reynoso, sir, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Supervisor Baca, for the presentation. I just had one request, that as a social work action network that you mentioned that's tackling homelessness, I imagine they're creating some kind of framework, combining what they've learned just in academia with what they're actually learning on the street. If we could have like a regular update from you, you don't have to necessarily come back yourself, but I'm sure you're not opposed. Maybe give something to our city manager and the rest of council, just kind of a regular update, because I'm very interested in mental health services. And I know Councilwoman Calvin sits, I believe, Councilmember Ibarra, I'm not sure. They both sit on the homelessness like round table, and just want to make sure that we're totally in sync on this. And that's all. But thank you again.
Thank you, Councilman. Any reaction, Supervisor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll go ahead and go to your issue, just to kind of give you an idea with the code enforcement, how strapped we've been. So basically, we have 4 code enforcement officers that represent from the west end of the county all the way through the East Valley, all the way through Redlands, Yucaipa. So we're looking at adding some additional code enforcement to deal with nuisance abatement. So that would be something that we're definitely looking at and addressing the issues. I had a great conversation with the chairman and the board yesterday at our board meeting. And what they're looking at is identify individual issues within our districts. So clearly, the 5th district has different needs than the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So that's definitely an issue we want to work on. In regards to the flood control, I think that's a great opportunity for a public-private partnership down the line. The other thing I forgot to mention about flood control, the areas near Kendall, we're looking at working on to try to deal with some of your residents that drive through those areas, through the wash, which there's a lot of blight. There's a lot of trash, illegal dumping. That's an issue we're working on. The other one is on Little Third, which butts upon the city of San Bernardino, just east of Waterman. We're looking at potentially putting walkways along with rails to cover for illegal dumping. So that's another partnership in regards to the flood control. The animal shelter is clearly an issue that I know that's important for all of us. I think between the city of San Bernardino, potentially the county, other agencies, and even having conversations with San Manuel, which would also like to be a partner. I know they've invested $1.5 million with you. The other thing in regards to Councilman Reynoso is, we're working together, putting together a framework by October. The county should have a framework of how they're going to address it. They're listening to the community. They're listening to anyone interested. Those meetings are public, and if you'd like to give your input. But the big thing that we're looking at for is data-driven and really keeping stats in regards to the homelessness. In regards to the HOPE team, we have a HOPE team that in San Bernardino County that deals with homelessness. So basically 4 officers deal with the whole county, 3 days in the Inland Valley, 2 days up in the high desert mountain area. That's clearly not enough. So we want to get them some help, but I appreciate that. And the great thing too is Governor Newsom also mentioned in his state plan, there's going to be more money coming down the pipeline for homelessness. So that provides potential greater opportunity to help our region, but appreciate those comments. Thank you, Councilman Reynoso and Mayor Valdivia.
Thank you, sir. We'll conclude. Any final comments? Councilman Alexander, we have about 5 minutes remaining.
Mayor, Councilwoman Ibarra was before me. And then
okay. Very good. Councilmember Ibarra, please go ahead.
Yes, Supervisor Baca, beautiful presentation, beautiful updates. Thank you. That's the kind of collaboration we've been looking for. I'm glad that you are serving our county in this capacity and look forward to meet up again at the Green Shack, have another sandwich, and discuss what else we can work on within the 2nd district as well, where I represent. But great presentation. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Just a quick comment with Councilwoman Ibarra. I know one of the things that I told our CAO is like anytime we're doing any projects within the city of San Bernardino, it's important for us as a county to give you the common courtesy and let you know that, hey, we're interested in doing this and getting your input. So thank you, Councilwoman Ibarra.
Excellent. Councilman Alexander, sir, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, like everyone else, thank you, Supervisor Baca. I appreciate it. And when you mentioned flood control runs right through my ward. So I'd appreciate if anybody can come out there and do any cleanup, that would be greatly appreciative if someone can come out there. And also too, Alice Kishta, are you listening? We have a problem with one of our streets. It's a flood street, and Mr. Kishta said it's a county issue, right?
I'm sorry, what street is that, sir?
Sierra Way, the street that we can go surfing down.
Okay, I'm not remembering, but okay.
Never mind. All right, thank you, Supervisor Baca. I appreciate you. Maybe I'll come visit and I'll have more details on this particular street that we need the county's help or a county waiver to make a hookup to stop some flood control problems on one of our streets. And maybe you can help us with that.
Yeah, Councilman Alexander, just in regards to the area, if you email the location to our office, we can make sure that Brandon Biggs, Public Works, will follow up and address that issue. They've been pretty good about following up on our requests. So thank you, Councilman Alexander.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Calvin, and our final comment. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Supervisor Baca, I just can't say enough how grateful and how I believe that we are lucky that you won. And I know that we're going to make the next 4 years, the best 4 years. And I really, really appreciate how you've hit the ground running and trying to, just make sure that the community knows that you are there. And so I really appreciate your willingness to come out to the event and making sure that San Bernardino, gets back on the map as the city the All-American city that we once were. And so I did had a couple of community members that have mentioned they had gone to a meeting and heard about this regional center that's in the planning works, and that we may have a little bit of competition in regards to that planning center, and we want to keep it in San Bernardino. No competition. No competition. That's all I got to hear. Thank you. End of my comments. I appreciate you, Supervisor Baca.
So much, Councilman Calvin. Look forward to seeing you on Saturday.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Once again, Supervisor Joe Baca, representative 5th District in our city. Thank you, sir, for your presentation tonight. And we wish you a lot of success in your tenure, sir, and we thank you for presenting tonight.
San Bernardino, and have a great meeting. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right. We will then move on to our public comment portion for tonight's calendar. And Miss City Clerk, it's about 7:39 p.m. and we'll request that you go ahead and play those public comments.
Okay, we have 70 public comments for tonight's agenda. It's about an hour and 33 minutes. And any public comments that exceeded the 3 minutes will be cut off at the 3-minute mark.
Thank you very much.
Courtney, if you could please proceed to play the comments. Thank you.
Hello, this message is for open session. I wanted to quickly state that I support my multilingual civic engagement. As a resident of San Bernardino, I believe everybody that wants to have access to any government documents, material, or anything of the sort should have access to that. I believe in putting barriers of any kind, whether it be for people who are hard of hearing, whether it be people who are blind or have any disabilities, or people who don't speak English as a primary language, should be allowed, at the very least, to be included in civic engagement. Especially given the demographics in the city of San Bernardino, I think it's wrong and quite frankly should be illegal to bar anyone from city council meetings in terms of like understanding the actual meetings, regardless of what language they speak. This is Arely Lopez, a resident of San Bernardino. I hope y'all take this into consideration, and I hope y'all support multilingual civic engagement. Have a nice day.
Hi, this is message for public comment, not on calendar. Good evening, council members and mayor. I'm Nancy Harmon, and I live in the 7th Ward. I'm calling about the fireworks that are going off nightly in the North End, making it sound like a war zone here. And it's not even near the 4th of July. When are you going to wake up and take your heads out of the sand and do something about it? I thought you would wake up when Ontario had a large fireworks explosion that damaged many buildings and took 2 lives. 2 weeks ago, we had a fire on Little Mountain that was found to be caused by fireworks. Also, 2 years ago, the old water fire was also caused by fireworks. Are you going to wait till something bad happens here before you do anything? It's only a matter of time. Several fireworks resolutions were submitted to you so you could change the city ordinance to give the PD more authority to enforce the laws as the current ordinance are not working. Last year, between 6/11 and 7/23, 35 fireworks citations were issued by the PD. Not great numbers considering the amount of fireworks calls that the city received. Only 8 cities in all of San Bernardino County allow safe and sane fireworks. Please, for the people who suffer from PSD, animals who are scared to death, and fire safety, ban all fireworks and change the city ordinance to effectively help our PD. Stop putting it off year after year. Wake up before it's too late. Thank you.
This is John Schellenberger calling, Arrowview Neighborhood Association. My comment is for the open session. It's actually a commendation. I'd like to recognize our new councilman in the 7th Ward, Damon Alexander. He put public safety at the forefront at the beginning of his term. We have 2 much-needed 4-way stops now put in, one at Arrowhead and 28th and the other at 28th and Sierra. This is a tremendous step forward in ensuring public safety, and I want to thank him and commend him for getting to work on this right away, and I also want to recognize the Public Works Department and our Safety Commission for working so closely and quickly with him. We truly needed these 4-way stops, and it shows us that he really cares about the community. So again, Damon, thank you so much, Councilman Alexander, for putting the constituents and their safety first. It's truly appreciated. Thank you so much.
Yes, this is Kathy Kimball. I live in Ward 7. This is for open session public comments. I would like our council to change the fireworks ordinance with the resolutions that have already been submitted, I believe, by Harry Hatch, doing away with any fireworks in the north end of San Bernardino or San Bernardino altogether. It's out of hand. We don't have the police to do anything about it. I'm tired of calling about these gigantic things that scare you to death, dogs running all over town, dogs getting hit and killed. I'm tired of it. That would solve the problem, at least part of the problem. I'm sure there would still be some, but at least the police department would have the ability to enforce it. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hi, this call is for the regular comments on tonight's agenda. It's from Hardy Brown, and tonight he's calling from the NAACP Branch 1062 Legal Redress Committee, and he's the chairman of that committee, and he's an over 60-year resident of San Bernardino. Mr. Brown says, I want to publicly thank Miss Geneva Rocha, that I want to tell you what I said to her in an email. Thank you so much, Miss Rocha. You are doing a great job as city clerk. I watched what you do at every meeting, and it's not an easy job to follow the council members' motions and substitute motions, with substitute motions followed by what they then try to explain. Anyway, I truly appreciate how you do your job and the dignity and professionalism. Great job. Again, thank you. I want to acknowledge that Mr. Fields did attend the West Side Action Group meeting this past Monday and gave a brief overview of what he's doing in his capacity as the city manager. He did ask the group for ideas and suggestions to help resolve some of the issues facing the city. To that question, as chair of the NAACP Legal Redress Committee, I did forward him a plan that the officers and the executive board had already approved. It is an equal employment opportunity plan for the city to begin dialogue to address some of the perceived racial problems. The EEO plan is one that does not discriminate against any group, but is designed to bring equity and parity to all racial groups regardless of gender, age, or disability. We stand ready to discuss this plan and listen to the city's plan to bring a more inclusive and diverse workforce in the city. We do not have to rehash the past, but must acknowledge the facts of underrepresentation in employment and lack of vendor contracts not being granted to blacks and other groups. We must do a study to see if there is nepotism or cronyism in granting jobs or contracts to vendors. Again, thank you, Madam City Clerk. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. for considering the EEO plan, and to you council members for listening to my remarks tonight. Hardy Brown, 60-year resident and chair of the NAACP Legal Redress Committee.
Hello, this is Robert Porter, or Commissioner Porter, if you will. This is for items not on the agenda for the open session meeting. I'd like to mention about the Arts and Historical Preservation Commission. We still have 2 vacant spots, one under the mayor and one under Fred Charette. We'd like to get those filled if we possibly could, because we haven't had quorum to be able to hold a proper meeting. It's important that we, protect our history and also get some more murals and things in the city. So if we could get those new commissioners, that would be great. I'd also like to mention the local campaign finance reform, Teddy's baby. Councilman Sanchez has worked really hard trying to get this moving. I've heard complaints from different spots. I've heard interesting sayings from each person. What I come up with is that sometimes it feels like the ones that don't want it may be protecting something in the background. So what we could do is just try it. Let's see if it works. Make it for 6 months or whatever. Try it. If you guys don't like it, get rid of it. But if it works and then it stops this pay for play, or what looks like pay for play, it will really help our city. I mean, my grandpa, owned a business in this city for 40 years, so did my father, and they often mention things like this in the past. So I would imagine that it's possibly still happening, and let's just make sure it doesn't. So, Fred, if you're against it, Councilman Charette, but you say, you wouldn't do any of that stuff. Well, let's just try it and see if it works. If you wouldn't do it anyways, it shouldn't matter, right? Mr. Mayor, let's try it. You don't have to veto this if it doesn't get enough votes. Just let it go and let's try this thing and see if it helps San Bernardino. Something new, and I think Councilman Sanchez has done a great job on this. I just wanted to give a shout out to Councilman Alexander for being there for the 7th Ward and all the good things he does for the community. And I am really, truly proud of most of the council up there, and I want to give them all a huge high five. This is Robert Porter, and I love San Bernardino.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. This is Harry Hatch, Ward 7, speaking to you on the open session, not on the calendar. I'd like to speak to you about fireworks. To the Honorable Mayor and City Council, please. You've had a lot of information given to you in the past. The fire department is starting to come around, but you still need to change the city ordinance. I've given you at least 3 copies of my possible rewrites of the city ordinance, which will give the police department and code enforcement and the fire department a way to enforce the laws that you want them to enforce. Also, you need to do something about your permit process, because your permit process is under scrutiny and is not being handled the same in each one of the divisions of the city. As it regards to fireworks, the permits are not being checked to the point where you know who is and who is not a nonprofit within the city limits of the city of San Bernardino. These issues, along with the issues of the fact that there's only 5 days that fireworks are legal in the city of San Bernardino, and those are only for safe and sane, but only 5 days. Otherwise, throughout the entire year, fireworks are illegal. Give your law enforcement and your fire services an opportunity to support you in protecting your city, our city, against the fireworks, the fires, the damage to people and pets. Please, look at those changes, give it an opportunity to sink in, and put it on the calendar. Please, bring it back and put it on the calendar. Thank you very much. Barry Hatch, Ward 7.
This is Janet Cheney in Ward 7 on North Arrowhead Avenue, and I'm calling about fireworks. Fireworks have been an issue for years, and we're kind of tired of it being put off year after year. And I think that the fireworks ordinances with the resolution you need to change the fireworks ordinances with the resolutions that have been already submitted to you, which will help our PD better be able to enforce the laws, and county fire too. But county fire has also implemented some new ways to deal with fireworks, but I think the city needs to ban all fireworks. We can't keep having the council putting this under the table year after year, because there's going to be a major incident like the one in Ontario where the whole block exploded. I know that there are people in my neighborhood that they obviously store fireworks because on the 4th of July they will have a show in their driveway or out in the middle of the street, and PD can't get to everybody. And I've called in about the people that I think are having a lot of fireworks, but nothing's ever done. I mean, come 4th of July, they'll have another party out in their yard. So we don't want any more Little Mountain fires or fires like the old fire 2 years ago, or like the one that was just up in Waterman Canyon just a week or so ago. We don't want anything bad to happen. I don't want another fire. So or people killed or hurt. And oh gosh, somebody started fireworks at 1:30 in the morning the other night. My dog, it freaks her out, woke me up, and it's insane. Why do people think they need to do that? So I'm just totally tired of it, and I think that something needs to be done. I thank you for your consideration, and hope that something can be done soon. Thank you.
This is to replace the comment I made earlier. My name is Tim Dawami, and I wanted to talk about public comment for the open session. Metro Philadelphia, we know that you are guilty of all the crime that you have committed. Please, City Council, remove him and the city manager from office. You have the power, despite what Fred already said. And another thing is that on 34th and Lugo, we need a stop sign. Can you please do something about that? Thank you very much. This is Tim Tomé. This is Tim Torami. And it's Drew San Bernardino, baby. Drew San Bernardino.
Hi, I'm calling from my husband and I. We are longtime residents of San Bernardino, Alicia and Patrick Handlin, and we strongly oppose the opening and continued expansion of the Amazon warehouse for the following reasons. Just because we're a poor and low-income neighborhood and community doesn't mean we have to suffer from Amazon's effects of air pollution, noise pollution, street pollution from freight trucks coming and going. We don't deserve that. And how many of the 1,000 so-called jobs are going to be given to San Bernardino strictly residents who end up paying for the streets, local property tax, and sales tax? Everyone else, they just go back to Redlands or wherever they live, and we're stuck. No, we say no. We strongly oppose it. Thank you, and please call. My number is 909-886-6974 for our opinions. Okay, bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Sonjanita Scott, and I'm calling about the neglect in the 6th Ward. I've been calling about the bakery on Medical Center and 21st, right in front of 21st Street, for months, and it hasn't gotten any better. It's just gotten worse. Also, the CDBG funding. How come it's never brought back to the community? And I want to address about youth programs for the children. They used to have youth programs for the young adults and training and summer internships for the 6th Ward. We no longer have that. I just feel like the 6th Ward is being neglected. And I want to know what the city's going to be doing about it. We need more affordable housing. We want grocery stores and nice eating places on the west side. We need more shopping centers, entertainment. We need a bank on the west side, And again, I really, really want to address this this bakery. About 2 months back, one of their heavy pieces of equipment, the wind picked it up and blew it in the yard. They had a hard time getting out. It was so heavy. It had to be a 500 or 600 pound piece of equipment. And I called the city and I sent pictures and everything, and nothing was done about it. When you drive around the 6th Ward on Baseline, they're dumping trash like it's a trash, a junkyard, or the city trash, the rubbish place where you go dump. They're just dumping. I mean, they're dumping boats, motorhomes, cars. You pass by there, and how is this possible that someone can feel comfortable enough just to come and dump on the west side like that? I'd like for this to be brought up during the city council meeting. My name is Sonja Scott. My number is 909-556-6133. Thank you.
Hi, this is Tim Kern. I'm calling, I believe it's the open session about the warehouse moratorium. I just want to let you guys know that, you should be building houses for people, not houses for wares. The most important thing of our city is the citizens. And so you should be, building affordable housing for your citizens and be thinking about that. Not just, thinking about getting rich, but thinking about how can you actually serve the people that voted for you and, do what you're supposed to do, essentially. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Azar, resident of the 5th Ward. This comment is for supporting a moratorium for warehouses. We need to study the impacts to our communities. This comment is specifically for the mayor and Councilmember Charette, and anyone else who believes that it may be anti-development or who want to appease the development community. Might I remind you all council members that you represent the community, not the developers, so we don't care of what it looks like to the development community. We want to recognize the impacts that these structures are having to the community and the city at large, and we want to put a pause to this. So please support the moratorium for warehouses so that we can study the impacts, develop more regulations to curb the impacts, the greenhouse gas emissions, the truck trips, things like that, until we can satisfy the community's needs. Thank you very much. Again, Azar from the 5th Ward. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. My name is Roxana Barrera, 1st Ward constituent. I urge you all to vote towards a warehouse moratorium. That will show your communities that you care about their health. Our air quality is getting worse every day, and the majority of you only care about the money it is bringing into San Bernardino. Do better and stop letting developers buy their way into our city. It is disappointing that we even have to keep calling you to tell you this.
Hi, please use this as a revised voice message. My name is Elena Murillo. This is for open session regarding the warehouse moratorium. I was born and raised in San Bernardino. I'm a fourth-generation resident. All my life, I have never experienced allergies up until a year ago when my residence, there was a warehouse built close by. I've been having to take medicine almost every morning to subside these allergy effects. And, you know, it's just been really bad. I know it's because of this warehouse. I know it's because of the more smog that's in this area. Not only is this, are these warehouses affecting my health, but it's also affecting our property value. What's going to be my property value in a couple of years? No one's going to want to buy my house if I ever want to sell. No more houses are going up. It seems like they're just knocking down houses even more, and all these areas are now just vacant lots, and, you know, we're fearful that more warehouses are going to go up. You know, we vote for our council members to protect us, and these warehouses are harming us, our health, our properties, and our families. We don't need any more. And another thing that's really sad about this is that the streets that are by these warehouses, those are the only streets that are being fixed on. We have potholes all around the city. However, when warehouses go up, all of a sudden the streets are repaved by these areas. All of a sudden there's sidewalks being built. There's areas that are being leveled. There's pipelining going under. A bunch of construction only by the areas where the warehouses are. And why is that? Why is that? We know why. We can do better. San Bernardino can do better. It's clear that we can make these changes, but we're feeding into the people who are putting these warehouses up and only helping them out to make their businesses smoother. But we don't need any more in San Bernardino. The warehouses are harming our health. They're bringing our property levels down. They're harming our families, the futures of our families, and it's enough. So I love this warehouse moratorium idea, and I think we should do it.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Armando Gonzalez. I am a resident of San Bernardino for about 36 years, and I am a member of the Local 783. I'm calling to support the warehouse development in San Bernardino. Reason being is because these projects provide employment for us here in San Bernardino. During this time, it is important that families maintain medical benefits, which I could only provide if I am employed. By banning warehouse development, you are taking away the opportunity to work within my community and the ability to provide for my family. I urge the city not to approve a ban on job centers. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Edward Heredia. I'm a resident of the city of San Bernardino and a member of Labor's Local 783. I'm calling in tonight to urge the city council not to pass moratorium on warehouse development. I work in an industry and depend on these projects to provide for my family. I'm talking about discussion item 8. Please do not pass this, but depend on this type of work. Thank you. Bye.
Hola, mi nombre es Eugenio Guzmán Sosa y soy residente de la ciudad de San Bernardino y miembro de la local de trabajadores 783. Llamo para instar al Consejo Municipal a que no aprueben una moratoria en el desarrollo de almacenes, ya que yo trabajo en la industria y dependo de esos trabajos para mantener a mi familia. Ok, gracias.
And the speaker says his name is Eugenio Guzman Sosa. I'm a resident of the city of San Bernardino from the Laborers Local 783. I am calling to insist that the Municipal Council not approve a moratorium on the development of warehouses, since I work in the industry and depend on those jobs to support my family. Thank you.
Reference for discussion item 8.
Hello, my name is Mike Navarre. I'm a resident of the city of San Bernardino and also a member of Labor's Local 783. I'm calling in tonight to urge the City Council to not pass the moratorium on warehouse development. These are good union construction jobs that we'd like to have local, nearby, instead of having to travel far to get work. It's great for to be able to help out the community and work within the community. Thank you.
I'm referencing item number 8. Hello, my name is Timothy Hill. I am a resident of the city of San Bernardino and a member of Labor's Local 783. I am calling in tonight to urge the City Council to not pass a moratorium on warehouse development. These are good union jobs. Thank you.
Yeah, my name's Nick, and this message is for public comment. I'm a lifelong San Bernardino resident, and I'm a graduating senior over at Cal State San Bernardino, and I'm calling today to voice my full support for a warehouse moratorium in the city of San Bernardino. I believe that there are much better ways to increase economic development in the city besides opening up more and more warehouses. And more than anything, I'm really worried about the environmental impacts and health impacts of all of these warehouses. I mean, you got to think about all the trucks, all the cars, all the stuff going in and out of these warehouses every day, spewing CO2 into our neighborhoods, into our underrepresented areas. I mean, it's horrible. We don't know what the long-term effects are going to be for these families, for these children in our city. So you know what, and another point is you don't see this same thing over in the wealthier areas of the Inland Empire. You don't see this in Redlands. You don't see this in Rancho Cucamonga. This is happening in San Bernardino because they think they can do this to us because we are an economically challenged area. But I think there are much better ways for us to improve our city's economy. Thank you, and I hope you all make the right decision. Vote for a warehouse moratorium.
Hi, my name is Rocio Aguayo. I'm a resident of the First Ward, and I'm calling in favor of the warehouse moratorium. I really think that the council should move forward with putting a halt on warehouse construction in San Bernardino. I think we have enough warehouses in San Bernardino, and we need to give our residents an opportunity to have access to other jobs. I'm not saying that warehouse jobs are bad or that we don't need them, but we do need access to other jobs, more specifically career pathways. And as a city council, it should be your responsibility to set up those opportunities for other businesses to come here and provide career opportunities for our community, especially since we have a Cal State institution right here where students are coming out with degrees and they don't have career opportunities. For some reason, Amazon is one of the biggest employers in this region, and the school district, I know, has been working very hard to increase graduation rates along with college going rates, and we need to coordinate with the school district as a city and make sure that as we're increasing those college attendance rates, we're also providing career pathways for students who are coming out of bachelor degree programs and master degree programs, and they have access to careers. So again, this is not only about warehouses, this is about a long-term vision for making sure that we have careers for people in this region. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Enrique Mendoza Jr. I am a resident of the city of San Bernardino, and a member of the Labor's Local 783. I am calling in tonight to urge the City Council to not pass a moratorium on a warehouse development. These are good union construction jobs. My opinion on not passing the moratorium will be, this is one way I keep my job and feed my family. Would really appreciate if you guys take it in consideration for all this fellow Americans struggling in this pandemic. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ron Sanchez. I am calling on behalf of, or this is going to be for the public comment section. This is regarding the warehouse moratorium that the San Bernardino City Council is going to meet about. I think that the warehouse issue needs to be have the moratorium enforced at least until there's an adequate environmental impact study. Anyway, just to make sure everything's okay for the local residents. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Tara Killian, and I'm asking you to support a warehouse moratorium that will place a temporary pause on logistics development to better evaluate our community needs. For the sake of our health, air, and quality of life, we need a warehouse moratorium now. Thank you. I'm a mother. I'm an aunt to a bunch of children here that have really bad asthma. I'm just begging you, please do this. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Garcia, and I am asking you to support a warehouse moratorium that will place a temporary pause on the logistics development to better evaluate our community needs. For the sake of our health, air, and quality of life, we need a warehouse moratorium now.
Hello, my name is Jose Sanchez, and I'm asking you to support a warehouse moratorium that will place a temporary pause on logistics development to better evaluate our community needs. For the sake of our health, air, and quality of life, we need a warehouse moratorium now.
Good evening. My name is Amy Vasquez, and my public comment pertains to agenda items for the open session number 8 and 9. It seems most of our elected city council members understand that this moratorium and restricted truck routes are needed. So I will direct my comments to council members Charette and Sanchez, who seem to have their eyes and ears shut off to common sense and reason. This moratorium would only be in effect for 2 very short years. Within that time, the newly passed indirect source rule will be in full effect, which will help mitigate most of the community's concerns in regards to the warehousing and trucking industries. Placing a pause on the warehouse will not hurt the community. It can only lead to improvements. Our current situation with warehousing and trucking is a threat to public health, safety, and welfare. By voting in support of the moratorium and restricted trucking routes, you'll be showing that you do in fact care for the health and safety of your constituents, rather than industries that exploit not only their employees, but the communities they reside in. If your main argument is that warehouses bring in jobs, that argument is stale. It has been proven to be inaccurate time and time again, because warehouse jobs do not pay all bills. Many warehouse workers work multiple jobs just to make ends meet. Some even rely on government-subsidized programs in order to keep their families warm at night. I ask you, council members Charette, Sanchez, as well as any other council members that are uncertain of their final decision, with an optimistic heart, to vote in support of the moratorium and restricted truck routes. Your community is counting on you. Thank you for your time.
This is Andrew Thompson, and I'm calling about the open session. And I want to encourage the City Council to adopt the warehouse moratorium and to restrict truck routes through neighborhoods. So please consider the environmental and health impacts that these warehouses and trucks and shipping have on the citizens that live in this area, and please place a moratorium on building more warehouses. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is for open session agenda item number 8. My name is Lizeth Mendoza, and I am calling to ask you to support a warehouse moratorium that will place a temporary pause on logistics development to truly and better evaluate our community needs. I know we've been talking about this for several months now, and you've heard community members, colleagues family members of mine request this, and for the sake of their health, the air that we're breathing, and just our quality of life, we need a warehouse moratorium now, and you need to consider this as we move forward. So thank you for your time.
Hello, this is in reference to discussion item number 8. My name is Jeffrey Parker. I am a longtime resident of the city of San Bernardino. I have worked many years in the tilt-up industry as a sanitary welder, signed with the Laborers Local 783. The career choice has enabled me to make a good life for myself and my family. The tilt-up industry brings much-needed opportunity to the city of San Bernardino in the form of more jobs. It could help keep families in their homes so they could not become homeless. It could help lessen crime in the city, along with hiring more police. The city of San Bernardino is notorious for making poor management decisions, urging the city of San Bernardino not to approve the development. Please do not make another bad management decision. More jobs are good for San Bernardino. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Teresa Conroe, and I'm calling about the warehouse moratorium vote that's taking place today, Wednesday, and I really want to support the moratorium. We need some time and a pause on construction and development until we can really look more at the needs of the community, especially related to quality of air and health and just, overall for our city. So please vote today, later today, for the warehouse moratorium. Thank you very much. My phone number, if you need it, is 310-827-2117. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Art Guerrero. I live in the south side of the city, basically a central Tippecanoe, between Sunnyside and Tippecanoe. I'm calling about the warehouse moratorium. Excuse me. We need one. I talked to Teddy Sanchez last month, and he said he may reconsider his vote on compared to do the right thing. That's a moratorium up there. No, I read it doesn't make the editor ugly, but who wants to see homeless cement buildings. But I live the warehouse life. It's not cool. I can't even keep my door open because of the noise and the parking of the big rigs in front of my house. And there's a sign up there that Virginia Mark has put up saying no commercial vehicle parking. They don't pay attention. They sit out there and park, maybe because I have a magnolia tree and it's like the only shade on Central Avenue. I don't know, but I don't like it. They keep their engines running, and no one can tell me that I don't have I never had respiratory problems in my life, and nobody can tell me it's not because of that air that I'm breathing and the noise. Being locked up when you have a front door and you want fresh air, I can't do that. Oh, it's a mess. Enough already. Enough. Oh, and Ted, I know you guys got to go to my government. Would you consider cleaning and opening up the Mill Center pool for these poor kids down here that are not going to have anything to do in summer? Nobody speaks up for them down here. But I would. I wish you guys would clean and open that pool this summer. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Hello, my name is Yasi Cavazadeh, and I'm an organizing representative for the Sierra Club My Generation campaign. We certainly support a strong warehouse moratorium rule, and we hope that the city council member that are supporting this rule can make it even stronger and look towards those that are on the fence to vote and do the right thing for our environment, our health, and our communities.
cannot afford the constant encroachment of the warehousing industry in San Bernardino, and I hope that this moratorium passes today. Thank you so much.
Sí, estoy hablando para apoyar la moratoria de las bodegas en San Bernardino. Yo soy un residente que ya tengo más de 30 años viviendo aquí. Entonces es algo para apoyar esta moratoria. Gracias.
The speaker did not provide a name, but he's calling to support the moratorium on the San Bernardino warehouses. Since I'm a resident and I have more than 30 years living here, and I support the moratorium.
Hello, my name is Jorge Valderedia, and I am asking you to support a warehouse moratorium that will place a temporary pause on logistics development to better evaluate our community needs. For the sake of our health, air, and quality of life, we need a warehouse moratorium. Thank you so much for your time. Bye-bye.
My name is Bill Blankenship, calling for discussion item number 8, open agenda. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Bill Blankenship. I'd like to thank the City staff and the City Clerk for providing a mechanism to make voice comments possible on important municipal matters. I am the Government Affairs Director for the National Association of Industrial Office Properties, NAIOP, Inland Empire Chapter. We have also provided each of you with a comment letter which was dated May 19, 2021. NAIOP is the Commercial Real Estate Development Association advocating on behalf of the commercial and industrial industry. At the local chapter level, we provide advocacy, education, and networking to our over 300 member companies throughout the Inland Empire. The association represents the supply chain goods movement industry, which is responsible for a total workforce of 192,500 jobs in the Inland Empire. Since 2011, the industry has added 95,750 jobs, or 23.67% of all jobs created in the Inland Empire. These are good jobs for the community, paying more than 25% above retail jobs and comparable to healthcare jobs such as emergency medical technicians or EMTs. The goods movement industry is only successful if there is a strong network of local facilities located in each of our communities. The local supply chain has brought needed medical supplies to our hospitals, goods to our homes as we sheltered in place, and has kept our grocery store shelves stocked with food, household products to sustain our quality of life. The goods movement industry has been labeled by many as the backbone of our nation. As you know, the Inland Empire is a critical pathway for the goods movement industry. As your neighbors, we want to be good partners in crafting smart development policies that allow cities to retain the economic benefits and local control. 60% of the city of San Bernardino's top property taxpayers are in the logistics industry, and this provides stable revenue to help the city rebuild post-COVID-19 pandemic. Smart development policies will help ensure that the industry pays its fair share without disrupting the job growth that has put so many San Bernardino residents back to work. Tonight we stand ready to work with you in crafting a new ordinance, one without disruption that could threaten future investment and employment opportunities in the city. We sincerely want to help you achieve the highest development standards, attract world-class business, and retain control for the types of projects that are built in your area. I am urging your city to rely on this established planning process to judge current projects and future projects for approval. You already have the authority to guide local development, which will ensure a better plan for the future for your city without the need to declare a moratorium. To conclude my remarks, I'm respectfully requesting that the City Council direct its staff to develop a warehouse development center as part of the update to the general plan. Thank you for your consideration and the opportunity to testify on behalf of NAIOP Inland Empire Chapter.
Hi there. I want to comment on the warehouse moratorium and say that we are in full support. My name is Andrea Vidaurre. I'm with the People's Collective for Environmental Justice. There have been so many warehouses that have been placed all across the Inland Empire and in San Bernardino specifically, and unfortunately it has come with little to no planning. Warehouses are being put wherever they can, left and right. Homes have been rezoned. And what we haven't done is taken a step back to look at all of the impact that it has brought in and how we can make that, industry better. This is not to say that a moratorium would cause businesses to leave or for businesses to not want to come into the future, but instead it would say, hey, let's take a pause and figure out how to do this more sustainably. One thing I can think about is just the massive
amounts of trucks that we have going through the community that we need to figure out a way of routing them in a more efficient way. With electrification coming, what are the types of routes that we can do to expedite cargo in and out of these communities so that they have the least impact? And how do we get them switched over to electric as soon as possible? And lastly, the conditions inside the warehouse. We have just allowed for every single warehouse to come in. It's become a race to the bottom. Instead, let's raise the standards. Let's promote the good warehouses in our community and require all other warehouses to match up to that standard, because the residents in the city and the surrounding region deserve high standards and clean jobs. Thank you.
Good evening. This is for open session public comments. My name is Jeanette McCaig, and I'm a resident of the 7th Ward. The Council has the opportunity tonight to move our city in a better direction, to trade in ethically challenged behaviors for campaign finance reform. We have an opportunity to put a temporary halt to building warehouses to allow our city to develop a general plan, taking the lead in developing a better city that works for all its residents. For those in the dais that still have a conscience intact, please use it tonight to move our city forward. You are elected to represent your constituents, not your campaign donors. The residents are watching, and we are taking notes. Thank you.
Hello, this is for item 8. Hello, my name is Andrew Chavez. I am a resident of the San Bernardino and a member of the local 783. I am calling tonight to urge the City Council to not pass a moratorium on warehouse development. I work in the industry and depend on these projects to provide for my family. And it puts food on my table and helps me provide for my family and be the man I am today. So no on a moratorium, ban on warehouse development.
Hi, my name is Arthur Levine, calling in on behalf of the Robert Redford Conservancy for Southern California Sustainability, and I am calling in regards to the proposed warehouse moratorium, which I believe is part of the open session. I'm calling to and asking you, members of the council, to support a warehouse moratorium that will place a temporary pause on logistics development to better evaluate our community needs. For the sake of our health and communities across the Inland Valley and the air and the quality of life, we need a warehouse moratorium now. There are so many wonderful and emerging alternatives to warehousing that can be explored as economic drivers and economic engines in a region that is so diverse, so full of wonderful human beings who are striving for a better life, people who are willing to work, to think, to act, to build alternatives. There is so much other types of industries that could be driving our cities forward while also working towards environmental justice, community health and well-being, fighting climate change, and all the while considering that warehouses still do not provide quality jobs to a majority of workers. We need to think about not only putting a moratorium on warehouses, but considering alternatives that provide good paying jobs, support a healthy environment, and support healthy communities. Thank you for your time, and once again, thank you for supporting the passage of a warehouse moratorium.
Hi, this is for open council, item 8. My name is Vincent Patrick Velasquez. I'm a resident of San Bernardino, a member of Local 783 Laborers. I'm calling tonight to urge the City Council not to pass the moratorium on warehouse development. I work in the industry and depend on these projects to provide for my family. Before I was in the union, I used to wash cars, and I didn't really have a future or career, but thankfully
to the union and the jobs that are being created. If you're able to pass this moratorium on warehouse development, will give me more opportunity in the future, and it's given me a lot of opportunity now, and it's helped me progress in life. Given the opportunity to that there's more jobs out there because there's warehouses being built. I strongly recommend that there's no on the moratorium ban on warehouse development. I do think it's the best for our benefit to build more warehouses so we can have more job opportunities for union members and also for job opportunities for the working class in our area. Again, my name is Vincent Patrick Velasquez. I live at 1435 Richardson Street, San Bernardino, California, and I vote no on the moratorium ban on warehouse development. Thank you very much. Bye.
This is the public comment for Treasurer Ortiz for tonight's open session. Council, I want to address a few of the items for tonight. I'm really excited to finally see the campaign finance reform on the agenda, but I really hope that you are addressing the conflicts of interest and pay-to-play politics that actually go on in our city. There's no point in enacting anything if it really doesn't have true teeth to hold anybody accountable or enforce anything. So as you're looking this over, there's still room for negotiations on how exact we can be in making sure that we have ethical governance by ethical people who want to run the city. We can't afford any more of this special interest buy-in dark money that plays such a strong role in setting policy and moving development forward in our city. Additionally, I fully support you guys moving forward with a warehouse moratorium. I think that this is a great step beyond the environmental, but just looking at where we're headed as a city in course with our general plan that is 15 years out of date. To Fred's point about e-commerce and the new generation moving forward with wanting everything online, yes, absolutely, that is a factor, but you also need to hear the community ask you, Fred, personally, to look at how we are developing and where we're developing in the scheme of things. We're not taking ourselves out of the supply chain. We have the airport. We're the top. We have something that other competing cities don't have. So we don't necessarily have to put the warehouses in San Bernardino. We can put them in other places and do what's in the best interest of our residents and our interests. I also support that you guys are moving forward with getting information on the charter amendments. I know that you have asked to put an amendment to eliminate the elected position of the mayor next year. I fully support that. I think that is a great move and step in the right direction for really giving strong governance to the council manager form of government that we voted in 2016. So please do that. There are a lot of other areas in our charter that need drastic improvements and revisions, and I just like seeing that the council is taking positive steps because this is really good. I also want to mention that I haven't heard or seen anything but more employee letters about Andy Ramirez and his constant abuse and retaliation and harassment of employees. So is this the new goal, is to allow elected officials, whether in our city or outside of our city, harass and bully our employees to the point that they're on stress leave? Is Chris Jensen just allowed to continue to handpick employees from San Jacinto to come here and destroy what we're doing and what these people have been here for 20 years? Is Eddie a New Helen that just allows HR to do nothing and cover up for bad management? Is Rob Field just going to keep his mouth shut and not move anything forward for our employees who have dedicated decades of service? This is a routine toxic culture that anybody who's ever been in City Hall, which I haven't seen firsthand.
Hi, I'm calling for discussions, item 8. Hello, my name is Gabriel Candelaria. I am a resident of San Bernardino, member of Laborers Union, Local 783, and I'm calling tonight to urge the City Council to not pass a moratorium of warehouse development. I work in the industry and it depends on these projects to provide for my family, and I really love to work close to home. My experience is the union. I love it, and I want to keep it real close to family. I grew my family out there, and this is where I live, and I love those work close to home. All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Segura. I'm a resident of the 6th Ward, and I'm calling today in regards to the warehouse moratorium. I'm asking that you support this moratorium that will take place and put a temporary pause on logistics development to better evaluate our community needs for the sake of our health, our air, and the quality of life. We need the warehouse moratorium now. Being a resident who grew up here, I know how bad the air quality can get. We have over 100 bad air quality days each year, so it's really needed, especially for the youth growing up, you know, by the logistics centers and the railroads and everything. So just wanted to put this out there. Hopefully you guys can support it. And I also have a show downtown right now at the Little Gallery of San Bernardino. It connects to the warehouse moratorium and everything else happening around the logistics center, around Amazon, and around Eastgate especially. So I'm just letting y'all know you can check that out. It's downtown, San Bernardino Little Gallery, and you can also find some stuff online, bit.ly/meh, all capitalized, MEH, toolkits, lowercase. So check that out. There's a really cool zine on there that'll teach you a lot about Amazon and the Eastgate project that got pushed forward by John Valdivia and Teddy Sanchez as well. So yeah, have a good one, and I hope y'all act for the betterment of the community.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Norma Luna y hablo para apoyar la moratoria de que se detenga la construcción de más almacenes en San Bernardino. Apoyo la moratoria porque vivo en esta ciudad y me afecta la contaminación, puesto que tengo hijas afectadas con asma y la contaminación cada día es más en nuestra ciudad. Así que agradecería y estoy a favor de la moratoria para que no haya más almacenes en San Bernardino por el momento. Muchas gracias.
She says, good afternoon, my name is Norma Luna, and I am calling to support the moratorium to stop the construction of the warehouses in San Bernardino. I support the moratorium because I live in the city and the contamination affects me since I have daughters with asthma, and the contamination is increasing every day in our city. I would appreciate it, and I am in favor of the moratorium so there are no more warehouses in the city at the moment. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Sagrario Peterson, and I just calling because I'm living in the city of San Bernardino, and I really support the moratorium of the I supported the moratorium for the reasons that I really very uncomfortable with the trucks pass by next to my house. It's been for a long time, and now I think in increasing more, and it's very hard for us. I have two kids. It's very hard for us to sleep because early in the morning they pass by, and constantly since 3 o'clock in the morning. Also, the contamination, I noticed too, is affecting us a lot. For even walking, I can smell all the smoke. And the train too, when the noise is very loud. So I really appreciate if you can hear my opinion about it. I think it's I live over here in this community, and I affecting also me, my family, I affecting all of us around over here in San Bernardino. I see more every day more trucks than before, and increasing, not decreasing, increasing more. It's hard for us, even in the traffic. It's when I drive, it's hard too, because sometimes they drive very, very fast. It's dangerous, and mainly is the air we breathing is really, really bad over here. So I appreciate it if you can hear my opinion. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Janet Bernabe. I'm the organizing director for the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice. I'm leaving my message in regards to the City Council meeting today, May 19, 2021, agenda item 8. I work in the city of San Bernardino, and I oversee the work in San Bernardino County and Riverside County. The reason for my call is to strongly support the warehouse and moratorium for the following reasons. Numerous projects are already underway, pausing the approval of even more. One more will have the impacts through assessed is prudent. Also addressing the fact that community members in San Bernardino have been affected, not just the health impacts, economic impacts, environmental impacts, by having so many warehouses put in their backyards, specifically in communities of color. So this is my call to make specifically to address and strongly support a warehouse moratorium for the city of San Bernardino. If you might have any questions in regards to my call, please feel free to contact me at 951-543-1754. Again, it's 951-543-1754. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Jody Eisenberg, and I'm a longtime resident of the 4th Ward in San Bernardino. I am calling to urge the entire City Council, and in particular my City Council member, Mr. Charette, to support a moratorium on warehouses. We need a pause on logistics development in our community so that we can fully consider its effect on our health, our air, and the quality of life in this town. So please, we need a warehouse moratorium so we can address this issue thoroughly and fairly for all members of our community. This isn't just about really crappy jobs for young people. This is about the future of our community and making sure that we have an economic base that supports development of this community. If all we have are low-paying, lousy jobs, people are not going to be able to live in our community, they're not going to be able to support our community financially, and they are not going to live healthy, long lives here. So please, let's address this issue by declaring a moratorium and then really looking at what we're doing with the logistics development. So support the moratorium on warehouses. Thank you.
My name is Jacob Cleespies, speaking on open session agenda item number 8. Good evening, council members. My name is Jacob Cleespies, representative of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. I'm here tonight to speak against the warehouse moratorium, agenda item number 8 for the city of San Bernardino. If this moratorium were to pass, the council would be killing good-paying jobs with health care, pension, and vacation. The construction of these warehouses provide a pathway to a career in the construction industry that can change people's lives in the community. An opportunity to work in the community they live so they can be more present in their community and in the lives of their family. And in a city that has struggled with job creation for far too long, we should not be taking away jobs with pathways to careers. We should be focused on prioritizing the creation of these opportunities. So again, I would ask that the City Council consider this and vote no on the warehouse moratorium, item number 8. Thank you.
Hello, this is for the open session warehouse moratorium and truck route. I wanted to introduce myself as Carol Baez. I'm an educator and resident of here in San Bernardino. I actually work in Waterman, so I am pretty aware of how prevalent warehouses are in the area. As for truck routes, I am hoping that they understand that truck routes should be away from schools. So if there are schools in the routes that are currently being used, alternative routes should be provided. Air filters should be provided to schools and the community, the house community that is surrounding these areas. And I expect continual updates on improvements with whatever is being decided with the council. I also hope to see a mandated limit to warehouse occupation in the city according to health statistics and environmental reports. Please do well for the citizens and residents of San Bernardino. Thank you.
My name is Aaron Stein, and I'm calling to speak my opinions relating to a few of the items in the open session. First, I am in favor of the campaign finance regulations. They need to be very effective just to make sure that there's no conflict of interest and whatnot. Next, I fully support the warehouse moratorium and the truck routes. There needs to be more organization and less clutter of those kinds of businesses and systems that just make more of a mess in our neighborhoods. And I also support the amendment of eliminating the elected position of the mayor in the next general election for our charter. The elected position of mayor has only shown to further complicate things in our city with how government is run and who to support and who to check and those sorts of things. These are measures that, when pulled through successfully, will absolutely help our city continue to go on the right path so that we can go back to the good place that we were in once before, like we always known that we can. Thank you very much.
Open session, item 8. Good evening, council members. My name is Jeffrey Scott. I am a 30-year resident of the city of San Bernardino, but also a third-generation resident. My family's been here since the early 60s. I'm calling in opposition to the proposed moratorium for the warehouses on item 8. I definitely believe that this would take opportunities away from our youth and our different high schools. Many of our different career paths, CTE pathways at the different high schools have construction opportunities tied to them. This would definitely take something away from them that they, we spend a lot of money on and pushing and proposing for pathways, career pathways. I definitely would also say that this takes away from opportunities from other local residents who can live here and work in the area. We struggled very heavily in the city of San Bernardino for a long time with job creation, and a lot of these warehouses do just that. They create good opportunities with good paying jobs, actually careers, for many of these people who otherwise would not have those opportunities. I definitely want to say that I would like to see some consideration of how we can continue building some of these warehouses, but with a stronger tie to our youth, make them work for us, make this work for our community, not just abandon ship altogether, and see areas like Moreno Valley and some of these other places where they've been able to work successfully and implement a plan that generates wealth for the community. So definitely would
in opposition to this proposed item. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Al Marquez, and I am the executive director at CCAJ. I'm calling to support a moratorium addressing warehousing uses during the general update process is not enough. That's why I'm calling to support a moratorium. That process will take years. Projects can continue during that time, but we need that pause now. New projects are underway, pausing the approval of even more while the impacts are thorough assessment is prudent. The pandemic has impacted the ability of people to gain meaningful information about or provide much input to that process. Your website is still very general, and we need to have this more specific information on there. And we understand that we need more jobs, but the benefits of supporting local jobs will impact our community, and we want to create better paying jobs for our communities that we serve. Thank you, and I look forward to tonight's meeting. Bye-bye.
Discussion item 8. Hello, my name is Jesse Truba. I am a resident of the city of San Bernardino and a member of Labor's Local 783. I am calling in tonight to urge the city council to please not pass a moratorium on warehouse development. These are good union working class construction jobs. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Faraj Rizvi, and I'm calling to support the warehouse moratorium that is going to be heard by the City Council of San Bernardino. I support the warehouse moratorium because the City of San Bernardino is just overburdened with warehouses, and this is a regional problem that we need serious action on. Merely addressing warehouse uses during the general plan update process is just not enough. It's going to take too long, it's expensive, and at the end of the day, it won't respond to what the community wants. The community is here, they're calling in because they support an immediate moratorium on the City of San Bernardino for more warehouses. And we need to really make sure that the community's voices are heard and that we don't use bureaucracy to shield the industry from what's going on. So thank you, and please, I urge you on behalf of the community of San Bernardino to support the warehouse moratorium and to create stronger language for this moratorium. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Yvette Torres, and I'm calling as a community researcher that works with San Bernardino community residents, and I'm urging the City Council to please approve a warehouse moratorium. They need to support this as great regulation like the indirect sources rule has been passed and continues to be passed. We are at a time where the city needs to take a pause on truck-intensive industry and really reflect on what is the future of San Bernardino. San Bernardino is going through such a growth in its art, its culture, its community, that I think the warehouse moratorium will really speak to that. We need to pause so folks and the city can really evaluate what is happening with the health of the community, the air quality of the community. These are issues that have been longing folks for a really long time and causing a lot of impact to not only asthma rates but cancer rates, and they're saying enough is enough. And therefore, we really need to pay attention to our community members and constituents and pause the warehouses for a bit until we can really analyze what is needed for San Bernardino and its future. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Helen Tran. I'm a Fifth Ward resident, and I'm calling regarding open session agenda item number 1. I am so excited to hear about Supervisor Joe Baca's roadmap to revitalization. It is crucial to the success of the city to have a partnership with the county in addressing major issues such as homelessness, infrastructure, and safety. These issues are very important to all residents and businesses throughout our city. Safety is a major topic for everyone who lives and works in San Bernardino. Our residents desire to be safe at all times, whether they are in their homes, at their place of employment, or when they're out in the community. Safety is the key to retaining current residents and businesses and attracting new ones. I am so glad to see the counties recognizing and addressing these issues with a clear and transparent plan. I look forward to seeing both our city and county continue to move forward on the path to transforming our beautiful city. Thank you, Supervisor Joe Baca, for your roadmap to revitalization. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emmett Cromwell, and I'm speaking on the open session item number 8. I'm a proud union carpenter and been residing in San Bernardino for over 7 years. Bought my house out here, and I plan on being out here for a while. My wife works at Cal State University, San Bernardino. I have kids that live out here. And, you know, being a union carpenter, I rarely get a chance to work in this area. And I hear that they want to put up a moratorium and prevent all these new construction projects. That's not good. You know, these construction projects create good paying jobs. It create career opportunities for local young men and women that live around here. We need these local skilled jobs to be able to have a good workforce for these young men and women, so they can learn a trade, so they can do something different if they're good with their hands. We do have nearly over 1,000 union carpenters that reside in San Bernardino area. And with the current unemployment rate, I asked the elected officials to focus on creating jobs, not preventing them. So much stuff that's been going on around here in San Bernardino, you know, it's looking bad. You know, we need to be able to have good paying jobs for the less fortunate, to take them off the streets, you know, so they can be able to buy a house or provide for their families. How else are we going to beautify San Bernardino without creating better jobs in this area? And again, I'm speaking against item number 8. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Cheek, and my call is in regards to the warehouse moratorium. And I'm asking you to support a warehouse moratorium that will place a temporary pause on logistics development to better, we need to better evaluate our community needs for the sake of all of our health, our air quality, and our general quality of life. We need warehouses and the development to be accountable to the community members, and we need a pause on all development. Discussion needs to be brought forward with all of these warehouses into such a condensed area with such poor air quality and road conditions already. We need community benefits agreements. We need not to stop development, but we need the developers to work with the community members to ensure good union jobs, to be accountable, to ensure that the air quality is acceptable and livable, and to put something back in the community to make sure that they're not forcing community members to pay for road repairs that excess trucks and things going to the warehouses would cause. We definitely need this warehouse moratorium to discuss and consider all of those items. So please vote yes for the warehouse moratorium. Again, my name is Jennifer Cheek, and I am a concerned constituent of San Bernardino County. Thank you very much for your time, and have a great day. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Ariana, and I am asking you to support a warehouse moratorium that will place a temporary pause on logistics development to better evaluate our community needs. For the sake of our health, air, and quality of life, we need a warehouse moratorium now. Please listen to the voices of the people who are leaving these comments, because we're the ones who are going to be directly impacted by these warehouses. We already are directly impacted by these warehouses, and they're killing us. So please do your job by listening to the people of these communities. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eddie Sanchez, and I'm asking you to support the warehouse moratorium that will place a temporary pause on logistics development to better evaluate our community needs. For the sake of our health, air, and the quality of life, we need a warehouse moratorium now. Thank you, City Council of San Bernardino.
Hello, my name is Briones, and I'm leaving public comment for the open session regarding the warehouse moratorium. I'm asking you to support a warehouse moratorium that will place a temporary pause on logistics development to better evaluate our community needs. For the sake of our health, air, and quality of life, we need a warehouse moratorium now. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marvin Norman. I am a resident of Pumalo Street. I'm calling in support of item, I believe it's number 8, the discussion about seeking a warehouse emergency order or moratorium, and to speak in support of that item to encourage the council to direct staff to go ahead and draft such an ordinance, and also to make sure in the drafting of such an ordinance that they include, to the extent possible feasible, make sure that it's something that can be used to ensure that it covers the whole city, not just some parts of the city. I know the item is presented as being said that it's possible for warehousing uses to be discussed as part of the general plan process, which is true, but having that part of the process doesn't stop them from being developed at the meantime, and we really are long past the time to need to have a stop on them to have a better assessment of the continued impacts prior to continuing with new developments. Additionally, the general plan process itself has not been very present and available, so it's kind of an opaque process still at the moment, so we really would need more input than is currently available for the general plan, so it's not a feasible place for that to just simply be discussed in the general plan. We need really this emergency ordinance to move forward and work on directing a direct study of the impacts. And of course we are looking forward to hopefully getting this study done and helping ensure that the city does not just become one giant warehouse and shuts off the reasons why people would move here and the way to maintain the graduates from the local university. So 3 universities will be in pretty close connection to San Bernardino, so we should do more to encourage those uses as well as what we currently have with the more than 24 warehouses that are currently available in the city. Thank you for your time, and again, in support of item 8, to direct staff to prepare that emergency moratorium and not make it part of not just wait for the general plan to fix it, and because it's not going to. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jesse Parks. I'm 19 and I'm a junior in Riverside. I'm here asking your support for a warehouse moratorium that will place a temporary pause on logistic developments to better evaluate our community needs for the sake of our health, our community's health, and air quality, and really just for us to live our lives. We can't live our lives while we're being intoxicated by toxic fumes that are just growing by industry. So the time for action has passed, so if we don't step up now, there's no use. So please do your job and step up for your community, step up for my family and my friends, because we need a warehouse moratorium now, not tomorrow, not in the coming weeks or the next legislative session or however the city council works. We need it now, and so please consider my comment and the comments to come after mine and those who came before mine, and take into consideration our lives, the air that we're breathing, because this is important to us, it's important to our families. So please do the right thing and save our lives and save our lungs. We need this now. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Samuel Armando Castro Marron, and I am calling regarding the warehouse moratorium. I'm not sure if it's in the open session or the closed session, but I'll request both. Anyways, I'm asking you to support the warehouse moratorium in order to place a temporary pause on logistics development in order to better evaluate our community needs. For the sake of our health, our air, and quality of life, we need warehouse moratorium now. It's about health, you know? That's what it's about. I know I was at a meeting the other day, not the other day, a while ago, when they were talking about the airport and stuff, and one of the old mayors, he just said, it's jobs, stupid. I didn't really like that he said that, but, you know, to each their own. But I have a response for him, because jobs, sure, they're important, but it's air, stupid. We need to breathe in order to live. And, you know, it's our community, so let's make more gardens and stuff. The warehouses, not where it's at. So just take that, listen to it, and I guess if you pass the moratorium, have a great day. If you don't, hope you stay up at night or whatever. Yeah, just eat you away. I don't really care. Point is, our city deserves better, and just do it. Just do it already. I'm tired of calling you guys and talking about all this crap. Really I am. And going to the meetings. It's like we shouldn't really be hassling you this much to do your job, honestly, to really consider the people, and not just the economic aspects, but also the health aspects. So the world is more complex than just a bunch of numbers and jobs. So there's my comment. You take it. Take it, please. Please do. All right, great. You have a great day, regardless of what I said. But, yeah, do take it into account, the things that I did say. This is my comment. All right, good, great, bye.
Hi, my name is Andres Garcia. I am representing the People's Collective for Environmental Justice. We're based in the Inland Empire, specifically San Bernardino. Today, I'm talking to council about the warehouse moratorium that I believe is absolutely imperative for the economic future of San Bernardino. The only way we're going to curb any of the toxic pollution or any of the issues with underemployment or jobs that don't offer a living wage or a benefit that can supplement their life. I believe that this moratorium is absolutely essential to creating some high-road jobs, pausing some of the reckless development so that folks can earn a lot better living here in the city. So I urge the council to pass this moratorium, to have a moment to pause so we can get a breath of fresh air and we can get our wits about us so we can have a better economy that works for every single person here, regardless of gender, class, or immigration status. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Gabrielle Setford, and I'm calling on behalf of CCAJ. I strongly support the warehouse moratorium because...
Good evening, council, staff, community members, and stakeholders. My name is Ana Gonzalez, and I'm calling on behalf of the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice. I am also a resident of the city of Rialto, so San Bernardino is my neighbors, and you guys are all close to my heart. First of all, I would like to address that this item for a warehouse moratorium is not clear to me and our community as to whether this is a strong warehouse moratorium or if we're just playing around like we usually do in San Bernardino. So I would like to make sure that this item addresses having a strong moratorium put in place. As we are all very aware, the warehouse logistics industry is colonizing our communities. Why? Because of the available cheap land, cheap labor, and its convenience for being located near the ports of Long Beach and LA. Corporations continue to make billions off our backs. The continued disregard for the health and safety of our community members is appalling and has become a major concern for the community. This must stop. Stop allowing these developers to come and colonize our communities and put our health and safety at risk. This is environmental racism. We have the highest rates of asthma, COPD, and cancer rates linked to air and water quality. While these projects are being proposed near homes and especially communities of color. Schools are within feet away from these warehouses. What message are we sending to our students? That they don't deserve to live in a clean, healthy environment? Is that what we're telling them? How many community meetings must you hear or listen to members that they don't want warehouses anymore in our communities? Trucks are driving through our residential areas, putting our streets at risk, not only destroying our roads, but kids wanting to play outside have to stay indoors now because of the dangers of trucks passing through their streets. I recommend that the council take strong action and implement a strong warehouse moratorium. This matter is a life or death matter, and I truly want to advise the council members to take this matter very seriously. Our lives are at risk. I want to make sure and tell you and make you understand that the lives of people are in your hands.
Hi, my name is Catherine Lopez, and I live in Ward 6, and I'm calling about the warehouse moratorium vote this evening, Wednesday, May 19th. I'm asking my council member, Ms. Calvin, to support the warehouse moratorium. We really need to pause on all of the warehouses, logistics development, and really consider what the community needs, which is not more low-paying jobs, and we need to focus on better air quality and a quality of life for all of the members of our community. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Alejandra Davila, and I'm a member of the 5th Ward of San Bernardino. I'm asking you to support a warehouse moratorium that will place a temporary pause on logistics development to better evaluate our community needs. For the sake of our health, air, and quality of life, we need a warehouse moratorium now. Thanks so much. Have a good one.
That concludes the public comments.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, we will go to our appointment portion of tonight's calendar. Items 2, 3, 4, and 5. Is there a motion for approval?
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Here, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes. I'm sorry, Councilman Sanchez messed me up. Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, very good. Item number 6, this is the establishment of local campaign finance regulations. You have the recommendations before you. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Comment?
Oh, move to approve option 2 there. Yes.
Say again. I'm sorry, I can't hear you, sir.
Yes, move to approve the staff's number 2 recommendation.
You're on mute, man.
Councilmember Calvin, you're recognized.
Oh, okay, thank you. I would like to move to approve that as well, but with some limits on the agents, that neither the council nor the mayor shall accept any political contribution from any agent or agency that holds a contract or an MOU with the city of San Bernardino.
I can second that amendment too.
So here, just for clarification, because we're going to make an amendment here. I just want to make sure. Council Member Calvin, can you repeat that?
Yes, I would like to add that addition that neither the council nor the mayor shall accept any political contributions from any agent or agency that holds a contract MOU with the city of San Bernardino.
Yeah, I can agree to that.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, I have questions.
Councilman Figueroa, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. We're on item C, number 6 here. Sorry, I was just trying to relocate my position here. Okay, so Councilman Sanchez, in the past, I've shared that I do support the spirit of what it is you're trying to do here. When I look at the ordinance items, subsection C and D, I like that. That's something that I can get behind. I do have some questions regarding B and E. Of course, I try to look at this and try to see if there's any unintended consequences that might come of this. But I guess my question is, how will council members be notified of every application that is submitted to the city? How will council members be made aware of an application that's pending? Because sometimes I don't even, we don't know what application or what project is coming before the council until it gets to either the planning commission or the city council. And so, sometimes some of these projects are pending for a long time before we're even made aware of it. So is the council going to be provided a list of all the different projects that are pending every time a new project comes in or is proposed?
And I'd be ready to answer that, but I made a mistake last time to not allow our illustrious Rebecca Kramer to give the staff report. So if she could please do that, in the next 15 minutes, she should be able to answer every question you have.
Actually, I'd like to suspend the hearing and the presentation. I think you got a motion, sir. So why don't you answer the question from the councilman?
So if you're going to go and ask an individual for a campaign contribution, it's as simple as saying, "Do you have an application pending before the city?" And if you're not sure whether they're going to tell you the truth, it's as simple as sending a little email to the city manager or the assistant city manager or the economic development director saying, "Does this individual have an application with the city?"
And as we move forward technologically into the future, there's an ability to for an individual to donate to a campaign electronically, or sometimes donations or contributions are made unsolicited. There are times that I don't even know whether somebody has contributed to my campaign or not until the 460s come out, just simply because my hands never touch some of these checks. I have no idea who contributes and who doesn't. And sometimes it's not until the 460 that comes out until I do realize who has and who hasn't. And so, again, some of these contributions can sometimes be unsolicited, where they just, they're on your 460 the next thing you know. And it was not because I requested it. They either mail it in to my treasurer or, and that's how it goes about that. So sometimes, this is what I mean by sometimes there's unintended or things that we need to be careful with. One of the other things that I was a little bit concerned with.
Well, I can answer that question first of all, if you want me to address them one at a time. Concerning the unsolicited contributions, if they're made during that processing period, the applicant is also prevented from making these contributions during the processing period. So there is writing in this ordinance that prevents that from happening. And if it happens outside of that, I would strongly encourage all my colleagues to know where they're receiving money from. And that's no slight to you, council member, but it is our responsibility that we're going to accept this money, that we know where it's coming from.
So during the application process, is the applicant then informed that you are not to make a contribution to an elected or a candidate, because this includes candidates as well, during their application process? Is that going to be included in their initial application process?
Yes, I see, Rebecca. Yeah.
If I could, if you decide to proceed with adopting this ordinance, we will clearly have to have a process in place to make sure that it is posted clearly somewhere on the city's website, and that we provide notification to applicants that this ordinance is in place, so that all parties are aware. And as it's written now, obviously you can make modifications, you can give us direction to make modifications, but the prohibition is 3 months before and 3 months following a decision made by the elected body. So those are items that are coming specifically before you at that point in time. So That's what the limitation is now. We will, if you proceed, we will have to have a process in place to make sure that those are clearly posted somewhere within view of applicants.
And how will the applicant be penalized in that event? Because I fail to see in enforcement how the applicant, yes, it's letter E, there are applicant restrictions, but does the FPPC have any teeth, I guess, with an applicant? What are those penalties? What are those fines?
Council, I think Sonia, the city attorney, had a comment to add before I respond. Sonia, you're on mute.
Okay, sorry about that. So I just wanted to mention there are a number of cities throughout the state who have these types of restrictions, and states do it differently. I know, for example, if you went to the city website for the city of Pasadena, just as an example, they have a very specialized, what they call Taxpayer Protection Act. It's the equivalent of campaign contribution regulations, and they publish the names of anyone who is contracting with the city, and they also have their planning department list the names of anyone who's applied for an application. And so at that point, what they do is the treasurers for the campaigns have easy access to those lists. And if they do get a contribution in, they have a provision that the contribution can be returned within 30 days to avoid a penalty.
So they can be returned within 30 days. That's okay. So that was going to lead to a few other concerns that I had, is that what is to keep then, look, if those who have been around politics will quickly learn that sometimes certain things are used for nefarious purposes, or people come up with crazy ideas, and I've seen all kinds of crazy things. What would keep, I guess, an opposing candidate to have one of the applicants contribute to a sitting elected official to try to just get that title of pay for play and use that against them during the next campaign? What can remedy a situation like that?
I think
not accepting the contribution.
I think,
only
again,
accept.
it's going to go to the treasurer, who's going to have to monitor. This is just another regulation that's imposed, just like all the other regulations imposed by the FPPC on campaign contributions. It will be the responsibility of the treasurer to make sure that they're watching the checks that are coming in, and they're comparing those checks to the list published by the city, and that they're returning those checks within 30 days if any of them are creating a conflict.
Okay. And then on section B under the ordinance, there's a section that's a little bit confusing. I'd like a little bit more explanation. It's somewhere in the middle of the paragraph here. I'll start off with, it's a very long sentence here. I'll start off after the 250 anyways, there's a line here that says, if the elected official knows or has reason to know that the participant has a financial interest. Again, how are we determining how the elected official knows whether there is a financial interest? Because not all the times is it the applicant that provides the contribution. It could be an agent of that applicant.
So this is really no different and doesn't operate any differently than all the rules that you're currently subject to under the FPPC. So for example, if someone is a source of income to you, if someone has given you a gift over $50, or if someone you do business with or an entity, it has always been your responsibility to know who those people are and to avoid voting and not participating in decisions affecting them. This is the same. This is really no different. It does impose a new burden on all of you to monitor who is giving you money and to really make sure that you know who is giving you money. But it's not, I just want to make sure that you understand it's really no different than the rules that already apply to you. People that are sources of income to you, people that have given you gifts, any of those financial interests that you already have to disclose under the Form 700.
That's a Form 700. This is a 460 that we're talking about.
Right. So just like you have to review and submit your 700 when you prepare your 460, you have to look at all those names. I keep saying, maybe your treasurer would do that, but it would either be the individual council member or the treasurer that you use to make sure that they're not accepting contributions. in violation of the ordinance.
Okay, and then finally, under the enforcement, it says that twice annually the city will submit all the licenses, permits, and things of that nature for the FPPC to cross-reference it with contributions that have equaled or exceeded the amount of $2,000. If we're so, am I to understand that they're only going to be cross-referencing any contributions in the amount of $2,000, and why are we above making it $250? Or is that a typo there?
No, that's a mistake. That's a mistake. So you filed a 460. Oh, all right, go ahead.
No, that really applies to a campaign that has raised more than $2,000. So sometimes you may have an applicant that initiates a campaign and then ends up not moving forward, so that we're not doing enforcement or review of a campaign that doesn't raise more than $2,000. That certainly can be lowered, but it's just a component that helps to manage your enforcement costs. So that's what was presented, and certainly if the council wants to consider that a lower amount to initiate that process for the FPPC's review, we can do that in the enforcement component.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. City Attorney, you alluded to the fact that on the flip side of this, one could argue that there's already a system in place. So first question is the constitutionality of this ordinance. Does it prevent or preempt folks from having and exercising their constitutional right to provide a campaign donation?
So the courts have clearly stated that reasonable restrictions on campaign contributions, when there are findings that the purpose of the contributions are for transparency or to prohibit, they use the word corruption. That's a really strong word. But the courts have over and over approved a city's ability to adopt these types of restrictions, so long as the amounts are not so onerous as to restrict freedom of speech. And so these amounts are amounts that are similar to restrictions that we find across the state.
Okay. What is the cost of enforcement of this, and how is this budgeted annually? And what exact cost might there be with FPPC enforcement as suggested in this ordinance?
That's a staff question.
Yeah, so the components that are required by law, so we're only talking about the additional components that are being applied by the city, separate from what's already required under the state regulations. In your agenda packet, if you look at page 54, this is the summary of costs. The FPPC charges an hourly rate based on the staff that are used to do the evaluation. The contract set up to not exceed $400,000 over a 2-year period. That really will depend upon the number of potential violations that they have to review and look into. And so the cost will likely be much lower than that, but it is a not to exceed amount, and we would need to modify the budget to include funding to support this enforcement component should you choose to proceed with adopting.
Okay, thank you. Ms. City Attorney, back to you. You suggest then that there's already a mechanism, a tool of sorts, whether it's a Statement 700, whether it's the integrity measures that we passed previously about 3 months ago on various departments and whatnot. Is this duplicative in nature, and is there already a system in place that would already provide the enforcement components on these?
So we do have, under the Political Reform Act and the regulations set forth by the FPPC, a regulatory system. Some might argue that that system is not complete because the Political Reform Act does not include campaign contributions in the definition of a source of income. So, if the FPPC had included campaign contributions in the definition of a gift or in the definition of sources of income, then that law would capture, I think, what they're trying to capture with this ordinance. But because it excludes campaign contributions, those rules do not apply. This ordinance would fill in that gap and would apply to campaign contributions.
Okay, very good. And what sources provided to the councilman Councilman Sanchez, you're welcome to respond to this. What special services did the city attorney or her designated staff provide you in your research and analysis, and what tools and costs were attributed to that research?
Well, I'd like to answer that question and just say for the
I can
record,
pat myself
I think
on the
it's
back and say I did this
insinuation
myself.
That I've not done any special work on this ordinance outside of reviewing it in this agenda packet or answering questions from the council member or any other individual council members that might have called and had a question about it.
Well, and I would like to add to that from a staff perspective, we only did work at the call of the council. So if you recall on December 16th, the council actually elected to have staff prepare an ordinance for your consideration. So that is when we initiated that work, and that was at the call of the majority of the members of the city council.
Do we have an allocated costs? Is there any cost centers or analysis on any of that directive for staff time?
I can only say from our perspective that all of this work is included within the retainer. So it's not any additional cost. We don't have a separate matter. We don't bill you by the hour for this work. It's included within that umbrella retainer in the same way that if you had in-house staff, they would simply do the work and it would not cost you more. That's how the model works.
Thank you very much. And final question from me, was there a particular, maybe Councilman Sanchez or the city attorney or Rebecca, was there a particular city that this was modeled or you grasped these ideas and the framework as included here in our backup?
There was not a particular city. This was modeled after the state regulations for appointed officials, as was stipulated in the staff report. So,
Government Code 84308. It applies to port authorities, it applies to airports, and then other types of agencies. But it left an enormous loophole because it didn't include counties, cities, or townships. And so what I'm doing is I'm bringing some of that regulation here at home.
Okay. Rebecca, he cut you off here. Do you have anything to add?
no, that was an accurate statement in terms of what the ordinance reflected.
Perfect. Councilman Reynoso, sir, go ahead.
Just one quick question. I want to get to the vote. Ms. Kramer, I think you'd probably be the most appropriate to answer this. Let's say something does happen, a donation is received, such even that Councilmember Figueroa was mentioning, like unintentionally received, unsolicited. A vote passes and the times line up. What happens for us as a council? Do we automatically reconsider items? Like based on vote counts? Are vetoes canceled automatically? What would be our process for that? Or is there no kind of enforcement action to that extent?
There's no enforcement action to that extent. What would happen is there would be a review if it was a determination that there was a violation. The FPPC would apply a fine for each violation to the member that was involved in that. So that's what would occur.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Mayor,
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
Councilman Alexander.
Sir, go ahead. You're recognized.
One quick question. Can staff provide the council a list on a monthly basis of who has donated? I mean, not who has donated, who has applications into the city. So our respective treasurers or we can see what's going on. That would ease or make it easier on us.
So if you proceed with adopting this, yes, we are going to have to be able to publish that and make sure that that's available to you on a regular basis. And likely we would be placing that on the city's website, I think would be the easiest thing to do so that it can be within access at any time.
Very well.
One last question, Mayor.
Councilman, go ahead.
The purpose of this, of course, is, the assertion is that a contribution can influence how an elected votes, but just as equally, a denied contribution also has the potential to influence a vote as well. Is that reflected in here anywhere?
I guess I'm not completely understanding your question, council member.
An applicant refuses to donate to an elected, and that elected then votes no on their project. Or do I need to make that a little more clear?
Yeah, no, so it isn't specifically, that isn't addressed in this ordinance.
That's my last question.
Okay, thank you. Rebecca, the questions come up as far as FPPC providing the enforcement and the fine. Is that separate and apart from the existing fine schedule from the FPPC? Because if in fact the question or the response from you is yes, then it's a duplication of a fine. So how does one running for office and elected officials here somehow balance the onerous impacts of a regulator impacting both sides of the equation? So the campaign gets a fine because of the FPPC violation, and now on the city side, the FPPC component is now another fine. So how do you tend to remedy or address that?
So the FPPC is only going to be following our ordinance for the additional components and applying the fine as they apply to a violation that occurs. So if you've violated, you have added on additional restrictions for yourself. If you choose to adopt this, they will apply that to determining if a violation exists. I think we're talking two different components.
Well, it sounds like this is onerous and there's more fines. So it sounds like government's not happy with one fine, but they're now coming back for more as a proposed fine. That's what this sounds like.
No, that wouldn't be the case. They wouldn't be double fining you. Again, you're just applying additional regulations on yourself, a lower threshold, and you are applying the same restrictions that apply to appointed officials to you as an elected body with the $250 limit. So that's what they would be applying those fines towards if you violate the ordinances you've adopted it.
Okay.
Mayor, it's sort of like when you look at criminal prosecution sometimes, you know, if an individual is facing, maybe they've broken the law, and you might see a district attorney for that same violation file multiple charges. Those charges are not filed to be duplicative. They're actually charges as indications of violation of separate laws. So this ordinance might be a separate, you might have a violation of this ordinance, should you pass it this evening. You might have a violation of the Political Reform Act, and for which the FPPC might issue a fine for that. You could even have a violation of some other law. So it isn't duplicative. They would have to stand alone and be true violations of a separate statute.
All right. And are we clear on the reporting process, the adjudicatory body? How is this complaint filed? It's handled through the city manager's office? And what does that roadmap look like?
No, it would be referred to the FPPC.
By whom and how?
Well, you could have a citizen could file a complaint as stipulated in the ordinance itself. It indicates that we will be providing them with a list of permits that were issued twice annually. So they'll be conducting an actual audit twice annually as we've stipulated. Obviously, you can modify that. You could have it more frequently, but that would be when they would be doing under our ordinance the actual audit or following up on a complaint that they may receive.
Okay. Counselor, any final questions?
No, I'm just going to make a comment.
Go ahead, sir.
It'll come as no surprise that I'm not going to support this. I know it will pass. I understand why. The word integrity comes to mind as I'm listening to all this. I understand why they're going after this is being brought forward. There is pay to play. There is corruption. There's no doubt about it. But there isn't with people that have integrity and that are trying to do the best job for the citizens of San Bernardino or whoever they're elected to represent. And these things that we're all talking about have never been a problem for me. And I don't anticipate them being a problem in the future. And certainly, of course, I will be obligated to abide by it. but just in the interest of being consistent and standing on what I believe is principle. And I'd rather see people gain integrity than be regulated to have integrity. So I will be voting against it, but I welcome it passing, and I certainly will be abiding by it.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. City Clerk, I think we have a motion and a second.
If I may ask, who made the second?
Councilmember Calvin.
Okay. And before I take the vote, I'd like to read the title into the record. It's an ordinance number 1558, ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino, California, adding chapter 2.55 to the city of San Bernardino Municipal Code relating to local campaign finance regulations. Councilmember Sanchez?
Wait, we
Yes.
didn't have the addition in there, Councilman Sanchez.
Oh yeah, the addition with the MOUs and the contracts.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
No.
Councilmember Charette?
No.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-3.
Okay, thank you very much. This is item number 7, city charter amendment process to review and consider options available to amend city charter. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, the presentation on this will be led by Rebecca Kramer. So,
Okay.
Rebecca, you're back on.
Sorry. So on April 7th, the City Council requested that staff prepare an overview of the process required to amend the city charter, including possible changing from having a full-time to a part-time mayor. So this evening we are just walking you through the ways in which the charter can be amended. Under state law, there are a number of ways in which the charter can be amended. These include referring the item to your charter review committee, which the mayor and city council have established. They can, with staff support or contractual assistance, draft an amendment for consideration by the mayor and the city council to then be adopted and placed on the ballot. The city council can have a draft amendment prepared with or without input from the charter review committee that you've established. Or, of course, there can be a citizen-led initiative petition signed by 15% of the city's registered voters, and which is in compliance with the election code, can be filed for placement on the ballot. So under state law, charter amendments may only be proposed to voters at a statewide primary election, a statewide general election, or the city's general municipal election, if it happens to be different from those two dates. The next statewide primary election will be June 7th, 2022, and the next statewide general election will be November 8th, 2022. The city's general municipal election is held on the same date as the statewide general election. So these two dates are the only two dates that would be available to voters to have a ballot initiative changing the charter placed. Further, I think it's important to note that charter amendments that will affect city employee or retiree rights can only be placed on the next statewide general election ballot in November. No other election date is provided under state law. So the council or the council committee proposed charter amendment must be called for the ballot at least 95 days before the scheduled election, while a citizen-led initiative amendment must be called at least 88 days before a scheduled election. So just going over what those possible dates would be if we were looking at 2022. council committee proposed amendment, which is the 95-day requirement. If you were looking at the primary, you would have a March 4th deadline to submit for the June 7th, 2022 election. And if you were looking at the November election, the deadline to file would be August the 5th, 2022. And for a citizen-led initiative, those dates would vary slightly as there's a 88-day requirement. So for the primary election, the filing deadline would be March 11th. And for the general election, the filing deadline would be August the 12th. So depending on the type of charter amendment, for further analysis and or negotiation should be required. I think it's important to understand, for example, if the city or if the council or committee proposed charter amendment will have an impact on land use, we would need to have a CEQA analysis completed before the item would be placed on the ballot. And similarly, if the charter amendment will affect a city employee or retiree rights, such as salary benefits, discipline, or pension modifications, the city must meet and confer in good faith with the city's employees or retirees before the amendment could be placed on the next statewide general election. It's also important to note that amending the city charter will require that the city provide professional support, including special legal counsel, to assist with preparing the proposed amendments, which will need to be added to the budget. So this concludes the presentation on the process for considering a charter amendment. We'd certainly welcome any questions that you may have.
Mayor, if I may, please.
Yes, Mr. Charette.
Thank you very much. And thank you, staff and Rebecca, for this report and for following up on bringing us that. I have a couple of questions. We're talking about an elected official. If we are to eliminate the position of the mayor, and I would want to make it clear to the public that there would still be some type of elected mayor that could be done various ways. We would still need to have someone to preside over meetings, to sign documents and things like that, and that would have to be considered, and certainly that's what I would want to do. What I'm suggesting is that we eliminate the elected at-large full-time mayor's position and replace it somewhat like general law is done, where the council may elect their own leader, mayor, chair, as it were, of a particular council to be on a rotating basis or an elected basis, as we do with the mayor pro tem, to fill the position. Would have no more authority than any of the other 6 council members. But these are all details I think that need to be worked out. A couple of questions that I have you talk about further charter amendments that will affect city employees or retirees. Is an elected mayor a city employee, would we be exempted from that in this case?
May have the city attorney weigh in, but I would no, that would not apply in this case.
Okay, and CEQA would also not apply. We would not be impacting, so we wouldn't be dealing with CEQA.
No. Not if that were the only provision that were to be modified.
Right, and we have a choice of putting this on the June 7th ballot or the November 8th ballot, and that would clearly be a choice that would be made up front, and the determination would be that it would not be on. If it failed on November 7th, for example, there wouldn't be a second bite at the apple on November 8th, correct? It would be one or the other.
That's correct.
Okay. So, and I think it's important to note that the public did, and I think it was mentioned in some earlier comments, public comments, that the city of San Bernardino and the people of San Bernardino, the voters of San Bernardino, did vote to go from what we had was kind of a hybrid, but technically a strong mayor, to a council manager form of government, making the council the authority and the policy setting body and the city manager essentially being the CEO to run day-to-day operations. And that's how we are operating as we do right now. As it stands right now, the mayor has very, very limited authority. There are things he does or doesn't do that really don't have a huge impact on our day-to-day operations. The cost of a mayor's position in our current budget is upwards of $400,000. It could be more. It's probably a safe bet to say that a term of a mayor would save a minimum of $2 million, roughly $500,000 a year, to save the cost of that position. I've had a couple of community leaders say, well, you've got Measure S passed, and you got plenty of money, and you got all this money coming from the state, from the feds or whatever. And so you've got plenty of money now. You can't use that as an argument to save money. Well, I'm here to tell you, and I think anybody running a household or a business or anything else, there is never enough money. And wherever we can be more efficient and save money or to use somewhere more effectively, I think is important. So I don't see a real need under our current charter, the way it is set up for a city manager and council form of government. So I'm proposing that we, and I'd like to make a motion, in fact, that we, as a council, plan. I'm going to need maybe some help with the wording, but I want to get this on the June 7th primary election ballot, and that we eliminate the position of a full-time mayor, and that we direct staff to come back with draft language for the ballot measure and take any other necessary action to achieve what this is. Now, I don't know if I've covered everything or not in that wording, but I maybe need a little help from the city attorney in terms of if I'm wording it properly. The motion is to put to the ballot in November, on December, June 7th, to the people of San Bernardino, that we eliminate the position, the elected position of a mayor, full-time elected at-large mayor, and that we make that take effect immediately upon the ending of the current mayor's term, which I believe would be either very, very late, like December 2022 or January of 2023, and that we come up with a method of electing for the lack of a better term at this time, a mayor pro tem amongst the council to preside over meetings and act primarily as a figurehead for the legislative body of the city council. That's my motion. That's very wordy. I hope it can be pared down and be more succinct, but that's what I'm trying to achieve here, or what I'd like to see us achieve here.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Charette. I'd like to respond to
Mr.
I'll get to you in just a moment, Councilman. Thank you. I'd like to respond to Councilman Charette, and I'm speaking to about 70% of this community that's a Latino background. Councilman Charette has made some inflammatory comments regarding the Spanish heritage in the Latino community. And this is emblematic of Councilman Charette's complete racial bias towards leadership in this community. And this is a sad indictment. Councilman, I think you have your wires crossed here.
I think that you, Mayor, are leveling some charges and leveling some charges that are way out of line.
I'm not done, Mr.
This has nothing to do.
You've had your opportunity to respond.
This has nothing to do with the Hispanic community or you personally. It has to do with good governance and an effective method of managing a government.
Well, let me respond. Let me respond to that.
Determine whether you
fill a
have a
position
second
that is
respond to that.
unnecessary at this time.
Let me
Can
respond
we,
to that.
can
I'd
we,
like
can
to
we,
suggest that
can
take
we,
a second.
yeah, can we take a
Can you
second and
respond to that,
breathe?
please? So,
Outrageous, and that's
Councilman
very
Charette,
outrageous.
Councilman Charette, you and I have had some major disagreements over the years. I respect you a lot, sir, but this is the height and peak of I don't know where this is stemming from. We've had a historical charter passage in November of 2016, sir, and this has been headed down towards you as a politician making decisions for 250,000 people. I would say that most people in this community want a mayor. Irrespective of who fills a chair, there is an opportunity to lead the city as a mayor. And I think just like your vote to outsource fire, a historical entity in this city, you want to now come back for more. And that's despicable. Councilman Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And can we please keep race out of this? This is about the charter review. So let's stay on point. Race has, or ethnicity, excuse me, has nothing to do with this. So with that being said, let us move forward. I would like to substitute motion to do option one, which is the staff report is to activate the charter review committee and let the charter review committee make the necessary recommendations of how they want to see our city proceed.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, well,
that was the motion.
I'd just like to clarify, we did not have, as I understand it, we did not have a second to the first motion. I just want to clarify.
I'd like to
We
second
did?
that motion.
Second.
I'd like to
We
second.
did. Okay, so we did, and so we would need a second to the substitute motion.
Okay, for clarity, please, Councilman Reynoso, you're on a second on Fred's.
On Councilman Charette's motion.
Okay, is there a second to Councilman Alexander?
I'll second it.
Is there further discussion?
Yes, and look, I'm trying to be trying to make this decision not based on the personalities or the individuals who currently sit in the seats, because we're all replaceable. We're not going to all be here for a long time. A city this size, I think, does need a mayor. However, I think it is the charter review committee that should be kind of putting that together. I think, and I'm trying to, I guess, figure out, I think that there's still an important role as far as the veto is concerned. I'm not sure how that would be addressed in all of this. We still need to have somebody who kind of represents the city at large with other governmental agencies and for ceremonial purposes. I'm not sure. Again, I don't want to get too much into the specifics of this. Well, I'm happy to leave that up to the charter review committee, but that's just my little personal opinion as far as let's not try to make decisions based on the individuals who currently sit in the position. Let's look at the actual position and its role and its its importance. So that's all. Thank you.
So this goes to the point. Hold on just a minute. This goes to the point and role of committees and their role to study, assess, and analyze. That's the form, that's the function that we have set up. And so I'd encourage council to really employ that opportunity as we deliberate this further. Councilman Sanchez, sir, go ahead.
I would encourage a vote against sending it over to the charter committee, and this is the reason why. The charter committee is in place to be a conduit between the people in the community, their values, their priorities, and what they want to see come forward, and the council. In this case, everyone is going to get an opportunity to have a say. We are not making a charter amendment through a council vote. We will be voting to hand this over to the people so that they may decide. We're not going to do away with the mayor's position with a supermajority of the council. And so there is an undercurrent. I've had many people talk to me. There is an undercurrent. They want this brought forward. So if a majority of the people in San Bernardino want to continue to see a mayor in the form that it exists now, then the charter amendment will fail. But if people want to see this change, then this charter amendment will pass. And the only thing I would add to Councilmember Charrette's proposal, and if both my colleague Councilmember Reynoso and Councilmember Charrette are in agreement, I would add that that this be brought back, that this ballot measure be brought before the voters in June, and have it go into effect. If the ballot measure is successful, have it go into effect at the end of this incumbent's term, meaning that the new form of a mayor would take into effect at the swearing in of the next cycle of elected officials.
I did include that in my motion.
Oh, okay, all right, but so that's part of it.
That was my intention. Yes.
Let the voters decide. The voters want to be. Let them voice their opinion through an election.
But won't they vote their? We all appointed people for the Charter Amendment Committee to make changes in the charter for us. And if that's one of the changes they want to enact, then why don't you let them do that? And there's also other issues that need to be changed in the charter. The charter is not perfect. The charter needs some tweaking anyway.
Absolutely.
So why can't we just bring all this forward at one time?
It doesn't have to go that way. We've got the ability to put it up before the voters. Other things need to be vetted, but the Charter Committee was not set up to make changes. They were set up to make recommendations to us. And if we want to, or if it has to go before, if it's something that has to go before the voters. So, and the committee, as the government is set up currently, I believe the mayor has 2 votes on there. I know that there are people on this dais that are interested in running for mayor come 2022, and certainly might have an influence on that committee. I think the voters of the people of San Bernardino have a right to say yay or nay to a full-time mayor. And this does have nothing to do with personalities. This does have no animus towards the current mayor, and this has nothing whatsoever to do with the race.
Well, your logic falls very short, Fred, but you can talk to me offline. I mean, if you care to discuss it with meritful conversation, but it sounds, it doesn't smell right. And the Latino community will smell it out. So that's fine.
I have a question to the city attorney.
Yep. Go ahead.
And I think I kind of know what the answer is going to be, because anytime it comes to litigation, anybody can sue anybody for anything. So I think we kind of know that. But is it possible that the city would be opening itself up to a lawsuit from a campaign that, made all these expenses? Let's say this does pass in June and they incurred all these expenses to run for mayor. Would they be able to recover their costs for, quite frankly, a campaign that didn't see it way through?
You're correct, council member. Anybody can sue for anything, but clearly, in a city charter, it reserves the right of the city council, the charter review committee, or just the people themselves through initiative to make changes. And I do not believe that a city would be held legally responsible for citizens exercising their right to vote. In this case, I think if the council were to proceed down this path, the people will be put on notice that there's a possibility that they could ramp up a campaign, and yet at the same time, the charter amendment might be successful. So I think the city's defense in that case would be A, it's political and the citizens have a right to speak. And then B, it's not as if the person did not have notice of the possibility that waging a campaign might be for naught.
And so I want to make sure that is very clear going into this, that, with the city clerk's office, that this, if it does get to the point where this is on the ballot for June, that whoever is pulling papers, that they are made very clearly aware that this is a possibility, because I want to make sure that the city is covered on this, and that somebody, whoever the whichever campaign it may be, doesn't have the ability to come back and then try to sue the city to recover their campaign costs.
Yeah. This is kind of like what happened. We saw some of these types of lawsuits when cities were going to by district voting instead of, at-large voting. And because they were changing boundaries and whatnot, we saw some similar types of claims as to how that would affect incumbents. And those incumbents that were, seeking re-election, well, at the same time, there was this measure to go to these by district elections. And those were not successful. But there's clearly things the clerk could do. She could put big warning notices that say, I'm giving you papers for the office of mayor, but you should be aware there's this ballot measure and here's a copy of it.
And I would like to add, if you do refer this to the Charter Review Committee to make recommendations to you, that is what they will be doing, is making a recommendation to you, but ultimately the council will have to vote on whether or not you place an initiative either that's recommended by the committee or that you've established, or that you have requested to be drafted to be placed on the ballot for the voters to consider.
Okay, Ms. City Clerk, let's call the roll. We've had some good discussion. Thank you.
Substitute motion by Councilmember Alexander. Councilmember Sanchez?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Surratt?
No.
Councilmember Reynoso?
No.
Councilmember Calvin?
No.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, the motion fails. You're muted, Mayor.
What was the vote count? And if you announce the vote, please.
Council members in opposition, Councilmember Sanchez, Surratt, Reynoso, and Calvin. And council members in favor, Figueroa and Alexander.
Did you record Ibarra?
Mayor Pro Tem voted no.
I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem voted in opposition.
So it was 4-3.
Correct.
Oh.
4 no. 5-2. 5-2.
5-2.
5-2. No.
5-2. That's right. And it failed 5-2 with Councilmember Alexander and Figueroa voting yes and the others voting no.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Go back to the original motion.
Back to the original motion.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
No.
Councilmember Surratt?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Nay.
Motion passes 5-2.
Okay, thank you very much. Item number 8 is information on warehousing uses, and this is Mr. City Manager. We will wait for the presentation and open it up to council members and Mr. City Manager.
Okay, thank you. No surprises on what this is. It's going to be one of the main events of the evening. The initial presentation on this is going to be provided to us by Community and Economic Development Director Mike Huntley. So, Mike, if you would, take it away.
Thanks, Rob. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, staff is recommending that the City Council provide direction regarding whether or not it wishes to direct staff to proceed with including new development standards or updated development standards in relation to warehouses and other similar types of uses, or if the City Council wishes for staff to prepare an urgency ordinance and come back at a subsequent City Council meeting. As City Council is aware, over the last 2 decades, the Inland Empire has grown as the key logistics hub on the West Coast. While there are economic benefits associated with these kinds of uses, there are also challenges, many of which were shared tonight during public orals, and some of which have also been shared by the City Council members also. Over the last 16 years and since the last update to the Comprehensive General Plan, the city has seen a marked increase in warehouse types of development. As I get into this, I'm going to talk a little bit more about this includes more than just warehouse uses, and I'd like to get some clarity from the city council in regards to what specifically they want to include if we go down that road. With that, in addition to our development code allowing warehouse and distribution centers and the marked increase that I've already mentioned, there's also a number of specific plans that have been adopted that also include these kinds of uses. And one specific plan is directly related to the San Bernardino International Airport. And of course, we've seen a marked increase in warehouse development there. There's also what I'm going to refer to as the Cajon corridor. This is west of the I-215. We've seen a lot of increase in warehouse and distribution kinds of development within that area. So as we talk tonight, I'm just going to use the category as warehouse, but I want to make it clear that would like to get clarity as we have some discussion that, I know that we all look at these big box retail, or I should say big box warehouse kinds of buildings, but they take classifications such as warehouses, distribution, logistics, fulfillment centers. Some of these might be what appear to be warehouse uses, but they're actually manufacturing types of uses inside. We also have what are called cross-dock or truck terminals. For some of you who don't know what those are, these are facilities where we get a heavy volume of trucks that come in and go out and distribute product, which actually have a higher volume than many warehouse kinds of uses. And then you've probably seen a marked increase in the city with new truck storage yards. They're popping up all over the place. Over, we'll say, the last 6 years or since 2015, the city's approved over 26 warehouse facilities that equal about 9.1 million square feet. The city's currently processing 3 applications for warehouse uses and 2, or I should say 5 storage uses as well. Now, I've been with the city for, going on almost 2.5 years. And, all things being equal, and in discussions with my planning division, there are issues that we see that we need to address. I know the general plan in 2005, the vision was to incorporate these kinds of uses around certain areas of the city. And we've seen this increase. And of course, we hear the concerns from the residents, as we did earlier tonight. And we have seen a variety of issues that need to be addressed through an update to the development code and the general plan, from the types of land use and the variety of uses that I've already talked about, to setting up new development standards, performance-based standards, environmental standards, and design standards also. So as part of the update to the general plan, one of those components was to evaluate these kinds of uses comprehensively as we update the general plan. It's part of that project. Although City Council is aware, the general plan update will take 2.5 to 3 years to complete. So in the discussion tonight, understand that your options are to provide staff direction to continue to move forward with doing that update as part of the general plan, or if you wish, you could direct us to come back with a moratorium for warehouses. But as you have that discussion, we would like to get some clarity in regards to what does that include. I've mentioned a variety of uses. So staff has also provided the requirements for the establishment of an urgency ordinance, just so council is aware of what those steps are. And if we go down that road, there's certain steps we're going to have to follow, and timeframes would have to keep on coming back to council to possibly extend the moratorium. If you go that route, overall, the maximum time for a moratorium would be a 2-year period if that's the route you decided to go. So with that, that concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Huntley. Appreciate the report. Mr. Reynoso.
I don't really have questions, some comments. I brought this forward because there's multiple reasons. Obviously, you heard the community tonight. It's been indiscriminate, the development. A lot of us have seen it, especially with the last 10 years. I appreciate the staff report and admitting that there are challenges. We're talking about environmental, economic, and social impacts that have not been correctly evaluated or connected to research that already does exist, even in our communities, done by universities. The indirect sources rule that was just passed by the AQMD 2 Fridays ago requires that in 3 years' time, any warehouse over 100,000 square feet is going to be now responsible for their indirect sources of pollution, which means the freight that goes in and out. And it's important that we as council members and legislators also inform the development community that you've got some things that are coming down. I'm sure they've heard about it, but it has to be sustainable. Some of the people mentioned in the comments is a pause, but it needs to be sustainable. The research has to match. And so everything that we're talking about here, everything we've heard, the truck routes that we're going to discuss next, Mr. Huntley, what this item is everything you just mentioned. They come in a plethora of names, but literally all of them, because I see it and the community sees it as very irresponsible to continue development as is. The idea here is to bake it into the general plan, but I think that we need an emergency ordinance. And so I guess for the city attorney, or maybe you, wanted to know what we could do tonight. Can we initiate an emergency ordinance tonight upon approval, or would you have to bring that back?
You're muted, Sonia.
That's not agendized for tonight, so that would have to be brought back. It would have to be prepared, and we would have to, make sure that it covers exactly what it is that you want it to cover.
Okay, and I just want to make it very.
Sorry, I would like to just mention that in terms of processes, and I would ask our director Huntley if he is in his report has put forth what we call a 65858 urgency ordinance moratorium. There are actually two different ways to do it. If you were, for example, at a subsequent meeting to take action without publishing notice, that would only take effect for 45 days, and then you'd have to come back with a series of reports. So there's more work involved. If you were to direct that public notice be given before you actually address the ordinance, then that moratorium can automatically be adopted for a longer period of time. So what you might save in terms of timing on the one hand creates a little bit more work. If you give direction to go publish the notice beforehand under subsection B, you don't have to do that report and come back for a longer period of time.
So, yeah, I want to make it clear though, before I go any further, this is not, it's very easy to paint this as anti-development, anti-jobs, anti-this, that, or the other. We're looking out. We're looking out for the residents. We're looking out for the future. I heard college students tonight, made me pretty emotional, because I know people with master's degrees who are working at fast food drive-thrus around here because they don't have economic opportunity. They don't have any mobility. It doesn't really exist. And that's a later part of the equation. I'm more concerned about the environmental impacts. There are regulations. The ISR, the indirect sources rule, came through the AQMD on a bipartisan vote because there would have been economic sanctions for our area if we didn't do something to regulate warehouse emissions. That came from Sacramento down. Whether you agree with it or not, rules are rules. And so they were getting ahead of it. And I'm sure somebody else wants to talk, but I'd like to correct me if I'm wrong on this. It is, just like someone said in the comments too, this is a little tricky, like what we're really allowed to do tonight. You're saying, Sonia, that we can initiate a public notice tonight that would speed up the process of an immediate moratorium?
It actually doesn't necessarily speed up the process at all. What it does is it allows the staff to, if there's a majority vote tonight for staff to prepare a moratorium ordinance, then that ordinance can be brought to you by either A, giving pre-public notice, publishing notice in a newspaper and bringing it to you, or they can just bring it to you at the very next meeting and you can adopt it and then have to re-adopt it in 45 days. That's the only difference. If you give staff direction to prepare the moratorium but publish the notice, then it will remain in effect for a longer period of time initially than if you don't direct staff to give public notice. Then the first 45 days, staff will have to go publish notice, afterwards. So it's just two different paths. That's all it is.
Yeah, still pretty confusing. But I'd like to make a motion, and sure there can be other comments. I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to prepare an emergency moratorium so that we can come back and discuss, because it's going to go longer, but this is something that I feel that we need immediately.
Second.
That's the end of my comment.
You would like to make it clear that it has advance notice so that we can approve that 45 days at the next council meeting, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So we're going to run into an issue of math here, if I may. So right now, all it would take is a simple majority, but I suspect that we would possibly need a veto-proof majority, meaning we would need 5 affirmative votes. But for a moratorium in the state of California, you need 4/5 of a vote. So a 7-member council would need 6 affirmative votes. I can tell you right now, I'd be willing to bet my left arm that there are 2 council members who would not support it. So now I have serious concerns. Are we going to send off this, have staff come back, and then it fails, and then the conversation's over? Or what can we do right now to extend this conversation? Because I had 100 calls. I had 100 calls from different people, mostly from the development industry. Tell me, Theodore, this is development, this is jobs, this is economic growth. It's a engine of economic prosperity. You can't measure that next to people's lives. I can't help but think that there's enough studies out there already that are telling us that there's poison that's going up into the air. But it's a real indictment, not just of this industry, but of the way we live here in our country. I just read a report from the Climate Council that said that 12% of childhood asthma comes from having a gas burning stove. The big yellow buses that helped desegregate schools, an icon of our American history, those things produced diesel particulate matter. Anything, whether it's a church, a school, whatever you build because of our way of life here, especially in Southern California, contributes to that. And I'll tell you, this is one of those contributing factors, these warehouses, this logistics industry. So, and the argument that's made is, well, the general plan is coming. The general plan is coming and it'll get solved then. But I don't really have an answer as to, well, how soon before this general plan is here. And when it comes, is it going to talk about the pollution as a side note? Is it an afterthought? Is it going to be 10 pages in a 5,000-page report that says, yeah, we have issues with climate? I need more than that, because I'll be candid with you. What are we going to do when that general plan comes back and it is just an afterthought? 3 years have gone by and we've just sat on our hands. This needs to be addressed now. But I'm looking to my colleagues. Let's look at things realistically. We don't have the votes for a moratorium. So how do we move forward? I'm looking to the council to tell me, and my colleagues and staff.
Councilman, I have a response to you, and I think the opportunity for us is to consider the implementation of strong CUPs and truly work with our staff. I think the baseline for our community was the landing. We passed it about, 45, 60 days ago. That was, I believe, the gold standard, and we can improve from that. And if we create a baseline, meaning suggesting that the landing is now what we want in our community, I think that we can all agree that, to your point, Councilman Sanchez, the Tier 4 diesel engines that you were requiring and requesting of our development team at the landing, they accommodate that. I think that's all good. I think that environmental friendly opportunities to make sure that from this point forward, that we move forward in a concerted effort at our community to ensure that the landing and thereafter is moving forward. So whether it's electrification, let's do that. I know, Ben, that's important to you. I know that's important to our environment. I get that. But let us start anew and afresh with that landing being the baseline, and we improve the standards via the tools and mechanism that we already have in our employ right now. They're in our tool belt. We just need to sharpen that tool and task staff to make sure that any project coming forward before this community, and DERC, we catch it there. At Planning Commission, we catch it there. And with our sister agencies, including the county and IVD and SBIA, that we have those similar standards so that when it affects our 65 square miles, the development community can respect that. But what they can't respect is just in a vacuum some vote tonight to somehow strip and cause a major. We heard from our labor groups tonight that we are really impacting employment opportunities as we build this community. So I suggest that we really tailor this conversation and task our staff, our able staff in our community development department to work on a plan so that we have those development strategies put in place. Councilman Alexander, sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate it. And I've been saying this from the time I've been elected about raising the standards of the city of San Bernardino, and people stop bringing us their C-grade paperwork all the time. Been saying that from the mountaintop. And hopefully that they hear what we're trying to do in the city of San Bernardino. As far as the moratorium is concerned, we won't always have, million square foot facilities. Hopefully someplace down this line, we can put into place no more million square foot facilities. Million square foot facilities can't be repurposed. You can't do that. We need to shrink the size of all these warehouses as well as a moratorium. We need to make it a campus so we can think in the future. We got to think 30 years from now, ladies and gentlemen. If we don't think 30 years from now, because my best friend's got a 3D printer and he can print anything, 35 years from now, that's going to be the thing. And what are we going to be stuck with in the city of San Bernardino? A bunch of large warehouses when everybody's going to have 3D printers in their backyard, in their office. We have to think in the future. We have to think repurposing. We have to do this parallel with the truck routes taking 2 years. If a moratorium, we do it and it's 2 years, and if the general plan takes 2 years, it all works in congruent with each other. That's how we have to think. We have to think that when we ask for, well, like the mayor said, and which I've been shouting for all the time, is alternative fuel vehicles that come into our city. If we're going to think, let's think ahead. Let's do this now. Let's get it all lined up from the truck routes to the moratorium to how they build the buildings. And yes, the landing is the standard, but that's not in the books now. We can shout all day long, but that's not in the books. Giving us time to put that in the books with the development code is what we need to do. If we can do it all together, I'm all for it. As long as it doesn't go past, the 2 years.
Okay, let's open it up to council members who have not addressed and spoken on this matter. We'll start with Councilmember Barra, Councilman Charette.
I'll make it really quick and short. I would like to resonate Councilmember Alexander's comments. This is a moratorium for no longer than 2 years. By then, we should be having some discussion on the general plan. So what's 2 years to developers? I drive up and down Waterman, Tippecanoe. I see those streets, how they're being damaged. No, we're not maintaining them. Nobody is. And we're seeing how small streets are also being damaged around the warehouses currently. So if we can hold off on this for no more than the 2 years, get onto their general plan, there should be no concern. And if the problem is the developers, they are not going to be happy with us just because they can't build a warehouse in our city. Well, maybe they're not meant to come into our city. If they want to, they should be patient until we finalize our general plan. It has not been updated in over 10 years. And unfortunately, we're just putting warehouses in small neighborhoods right now, damaging their streets. Those are my only comments.
Councilman Charette, go ahead, sir.
Well, my comments, I certainly support the idea of a clean environment and electrification and going forward and thinking forwardly. I have to, with all due respect, disagree that you can't repurpose a 1 million square foot building down the road. The owner will certainly, if it's not being used for what it was, or if it's vacant, they will figure out a way to repurpose it. I can't agree with my colleague that says, well, they'll just have to wait for 2 years or what have you. I definitely want to see this. I'm concerned on a number of levels here. The number of votes that it's going to take to get an urgency ordinance is a concern after spending a lot of staff time coming back, when in fact we could just pass this this on to the general plan update, while at the same time, as the mayor mentioned, we've got the tools. Mayor mentioned the county, the DERC, the Planning Commission. He failed, I'm sure, just inadvertently to mention we have the final say. Something's going to come to us, even if it's passed by the Planning Commission. It can be appealed and come to us, and we can shoot it down. And I couldn't agree more with standards. I think I said that when we were talking about budgets. We need to change our image. And developers are not bad people. They create jobs, they create environment. We can hold their feet to the fire, and we can put high standards on them. But the word moratorium is pretty scary, and we would perhaps miss some opportunities over the next 2 years if there were a moratorium in place. In the business world and the development world and the building world and the jobs world, we have ebbs and flows, and you strike while the iron's hot. One reason we have a lot of warehouses is because we've got an airport. And we've got an airport that, generally speaking, is going to be a logistics airport, not a passenger airport. Hopefully, we will come in with maybe a few passenger routes or a few planes. But generally speaking, that's going to be a freight and logistics airport. And we can keep these, the other thing, we're talking about smog. And I'm not an expert on diesel trucks and what have you, but if I'm not mistaken, they're all going over to clean gas or to they're not going to be spewing the
diesel particulate matter.
The pollutants that they have in the past. And what we're not going to be doing by we're not going to stop the traffic on the 10, the 215, the 210. We are surrounded by a freeway that is, last time I looked, it wasn't a lot of electric cars out there. So I don't like the idea of picking winners and losers from our dais. But I do think we have some controls, and I think that through the Planning Commission, through us, through high standards, through the Community Development Department, we can insist that the standards are very high. I couldn't agree with you more, Mr. Alexander, Councilman Alexander, that we do need to expect the best. We got another item on the agenda tonight, and I've talked to corporate, and I've said enough is enough. You can't just come into our community and build something that isn't going to be up to high standards and up to par. We're not going to accept, and we have accepted it over the years. I'm not sure exactly why, but we've got to be working together, and we've got to really attract the best and the brightest. And there's been a lot of comments made that I agree with tonight. We've got a university with people coming out of college that are not maybe staying here. We've got to do a better job of attracting them and getting them to stay here. And hopefully the downtown mall and some the redevelopment of the Carousel Mall and some new housing and new living quarters and hopefully new entertainment and everything else, that's going to change our community. And we've got to be smart about this. So I don't support a moratorium, but I do support all the high standards and the things that we need to do and the tools that we have. And I just think we need to make sure that we're using them to the utmost.
Thank you, Councilman. We'll go with Councilman Calvin, Councilman Reynoso. Councilmember Calvin.
Mr. Huntley, would you please repeat that information that you had given us about how many warehouses have been built? And also, do you have the information on how many are occupied?
So currently, based on the information provided in the staff report, since 2015, I'm just sharing from 2015, there were 26 warehouse projects that equal about 9.5 million square feet, right? Of those, so some of these have been entitled and not built. The majority have been built. There are a couple that are complete that have not been occupied yet. There's one on Waterman that hasn't been occupied. One up in your ward that currently has not been occupied to date. But for the most part, the majority have been occupied.
Are occupied.
Yes, they are.
Currently occupied. And what type of businesses are in them?
They run a variety. Some, I'd say for the most part, most are warehouse and distribution centers, where it's a business that's going to distribute product out from where that particular warehouse is. We do have some manufacturing uses in some of those buildings, but the lion's share is warehouse and distribution. Some of that is referred to as a logistics center. Some of the bigger ones, like with Amazon, are referred to as a fulfillment center because they include a variety of similar kinds of operations.
Okay. And so when we are taking the application from these developers to build a warehouse, are we taking into consideration just the minimum amount of feet that they need to be away from a school, or are we going beyond that? So when we're talking about raising expectations for development, what about the city's expectations, and where are we placing how close these in vicinity these warehouses are to schools? Because I do know that the Landing had 2 schools in a couple of miles away from them. Am I correct? 1 mile? 1 mile. So where's the city then going to place their expectation or being accountable to the community for where we allow one to be placed? Because it's more than just saying, oh, they're building a warehouse that is meeting a different set of standards, but they're still located very closely to school. So where's the city going to put our checks and balances in and raise that bar as far as that's concerned?
So just to share the city council, the city's expectations are identified in its policy documents. The primary one we've had a discussion earlier, that's the general plan. The city's general plan includes a variety of elements, the land use element being one of those. The land use element will identify different types of uses, and actually there are policies in it. So if you remember, as I gave my presentation, as part of the 2005 update, the city, as it updated that, anticipated and planned for these kinds of uses within certain areas of the city, right? So the expectations are set by policy in the general plan. And then there's the development code, and that's the implementation tool for the general plan. And within that, what that does is it'll identify, as does a general plan, specific areas. Some are residential, some are commercial, some are industrial, some are institutional, as an example. It'll call out where the schools are within the city. And then within the development code, each individual zoning district will have specific development standards, as an example. Some are even performance-based standards. So when we're looking at placement, these are some of the things I think from a broader perspective we want to look at. Should there be distances from schools? Should it be a couple of miles? Should it be a couple of blocks? There's a variety of things we could do as we evaluate the variety of warehousing uses. But to really address your question, that's established in the policy doc, which is the general plan.
Thank you for that. So when we place you mentioned the warehouse that in my ward, right?
Yep.
And that was one of the first things that when I came on board I asked, because there have been community members who asked me, like, where did this warehouse come from? And so I did a little research, and I saw that when it went before the Planning Commission, and then I saw, when the public hearing was, and no one did attend. And I understand that it is the responsibility of the council person to planning commissioners to bring that information back to communities, right, to share that this is what's going on in your community. But my concern is that when the community then is made aware of what is taking place in their community, and then they voice their opinions about that, right? And we've heard probably the majority of the community comments regarding the landing. While there was a lot of folks who I think they primarily might have been business leaders or folks who do business with the tribe, and they made it seem those voices made it seem like, or at least that's how I felt, that it was just us against the tribe, and it was not, right? It was us listening to the other community members who live in those wards and those spaces around that development, who had the complaints and were concerned, because it's actually where they live every single day, right? It's not, I don't live over there, but I do know that the one that was placed here now blocks the whole view of the mountains, right? And then now I'm wondering, is it just going to be sitting there? There's no tenant. How long has it been completed? Since 2018 is when it approved by the Planning Commission. I would think that we would have a tenant by now then, right? You have 2 years of planning, 2 years of planning and building, and then no tenant. So that is also a major issue and concern for the residents, whether it actually ever inhabits a leasing. What about the fact that it's still taking up space that could be utilized for something that the community does need and want? So the fact that we're allow developers to come into the community and build and leave these empty warehouses, because I know several of the surrounding cities of ours, they have a lots of abandoned buildings, or buildings that have never been inhabited. So that is also, a concern of ours. And I want to make sure that we are addressing that as well.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Reynoso, sir, go ahead.
My final comments. I just wanted to assure anybody, because I'm always thinking about the future, believe it or not, that with the indirect source rule that passed, I have tons of friends in labor. I have actually friends who work for the Southwest Carpenters. A lot of them, the younger people know, but there has to be some more education in the labor world, that with this change, they're going to have to pay a fine in 3 years if they don't go green or not. And that's jobs literally for the carpenters, for the welders. These are jobs, these are career pathways potentially that we can create here. It's the opportunity for us. To me, it's the opportunity of a lifetime. Maybe I'm more progressive, but I just wanted to put that out there, that this is not a deterrent from jobs. I feel like this is a full spectrum. We're looking out for everybody. Development community, residents, the future, and the youth, which is the future. That's all I wanted to say. I'd appreciate if we got this done tonight.
Okay, council members, we've had a lot of discussion. Ms. City Clerk, question for you. Is there a motion, or what?
There is a motion made by Councilmember Reynoso, second by Councilmember Calvin.
And would you clarify the motion, please, as we call for the vote?
To prepare staff to prepare an urgency ordinance for council's consideration with an advance notice to the public.
Ms. City Attorney, what's the vote requirement on this?
For this action, it's just a simple majority because it's giving staff direction, so you only need 4 votes. If that passes and we bring back the proposed moratorium ordinance, then you would need 6 of 7 votes to pass the moratorium as an urgency item.
Okay, very good. Council, you know what you're voting on. We'll call the roll. Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
This is on the moratorium?
To prepare the urgency ordinance.
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
No.
Councilmember Charette?
No.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-2.
Okay, and this is direction to staff to bring back and prepare. There's no formal action on a moratorium tonight. This is direction only. Is that accurate, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Moving on to item number 9, this is commercial truck route implementation, providing direction on the establishment of commercial truck routes in the city. Mr. City Manager?
Okay, this falls into the realm of Public Works, and so Chris Jensen is going to provide a presentation on this issue. So Chris, please.
Thank you, Rob. Good evening, Mayor and members of council, and happy Public Works Week. We are in the middle of it. So we are looking tonight to provide you information that was requested back on April 7th regarding the process involved in establishing commercial truck routes throughout the city. The California Vehicle Code gives local jurisdictions the ability to establish these routes and allow or limit or prohibit commercial vehicle traffic on streets. Any routes that are established do have to be adopted by ordinance or through a combination of ordinances and resolutions to be memorialized. As you are all aware, the city does not currently have any designated truck routes. We do have some prohibitions that have been established over the years on a number of streets. And we actually included a copy of a portion of Chapter 10 of our municipal code that kind of breaks down those areas that we have right now where we do prohibit commercial truck traffic. So while we do have these areas, we have not completed a comprehensive study citywide to truly establish truck routes. What we would need to do is is to undergo that data-driven study. A commercial truck study is a study that's going to take a look at the existing street classifications. It's going to look at our roadway network and really take into account kind of deep dive stuff like roadway width and turning radius and those kinds of things. It's also going to look at the types of vehicles that are traveling the city by gathering data through vehicle classification counts. And they're not just looking for commercial vehicles, they would also be looking at passenger vehicles and buses and other items. A study would evaluate the city's current and future zoning, taking a look at that to determine areas that are currently and would likely in the future generate additional commercial vehicle traffic. We obviously would also, through a study, have to look at adjacent cities. We want to make sure that we are in alignment with our neighbors and not dropping our commercial traffic into areas where, that is not appropriate for them. I know that we've got a couple of our neighbors that actually have truck routes established. So a study would also take a look at the impacts through a CEQA analysis that might be created for a route any route that's established. Would obviously look at all of the federal, state, and local laws. We've talked about some of those tonight. We know we've had some new things come into effect. Anything that would govern truck operations, a study would ensure compliance in generating routes and developing guidelines for those routes that were in line with any new laws or existing laws. And then ultimately the study would develop route maps, draft a recommendation, and we'd have a set of guidelines prepared for us to work from as we moved forward with implementation and everything else. So what happens once we've got the study completed is we want to give our stakeholders the opportunity, right, to have input on what has come out of that. So we would have a public comment process, and we would look at taking into account any comments that we receive and, work to incorporate those obviously into a final draft. So I know I ran through that quickly. I know there's information in the staff report that has that, but that kind of encompasses the study itself. A final report would obviously need to be adopted by the city council, and that's just part of the process. One of the really key things following the study as a major step is enforcement and establishing a commercial enforcement program through our public safety department so that once we do have these routes established and our signage up, we've got somebody that's enforcing it so that it's effective and that we're making the impacts that we want to in terms of the benefits that come from this for our community, for whether it's reduced noise or air pollution or whatever. We want to make sure that our commercial travelers are following the rules. I know we've talked a lot tonight about the general plan process and different pieces that kind of can be incorporated into that. It's not uncommon for truck routes to be developed in conjunction with the general plan, particularly related to the development or update of the circulation element of a general plan and the land use elements. Many of the items that are evaluated through a study are things that are going to be evaluated for those elements in the general plan anyway. So we are looking for input from the mayor and city council as to getting direction to move forward and whether or not, kind of like your last item, this is something that you would look to have implemented through the general plan, or whether it's something that the council would desire to have done independently of the general plan. Timeline for completion on something like this, and I believe Councilmember Alexander, you referenced it, is a minimum of 2 years, so it does run kind of that same timeline as the general plan. I do know that just kind of in talking with our community development director that the general plan scope, obviously if we did fold it into that, would need to be amended. We'd have to take a look, because the general plan itself does not look to establish truck routes, but it does perform many of the studies that would have to be done if we were going to establish truck routes independent of that plan. So a lot of information. I talked fast. I know it's been a long night. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer. I've got Alex here as well, so he can provide additional details from the technical side if you need that. And yeah, that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate it, Chris. I think the more pragmatic side of this truck implementation of routes is, as was mentioned previously, what happens. Obviously, there's diff fees, there's development impact fees that pays for road improvements around and immediate to that project development. I think where I'm going with this is the pitted roads and the potholes is an appropriate conversation topic as we deliberate this tonight. And so I guess what I'm looking at is more of a report when we come back with some information on this truck route is how do we somehow utilize these impact fees to improve the roads and sustaining that. That's what I'd like to figure out. And how can what solutions might there be to allocate through the planning commission process or the development code process a impounded earmark so that we can continue the maintenance of these roads. That's what I think. If we could solve that nut and crack it tonight, I think we would all be at least probably pleased with trucks in our city. Now, trucks aren't the bad person here in our community. They do provide supplies to our community. We all get deliveries. Businesses get deliveries, and so we have to learn to live with them. I think that the route I'd like to suggest is clean environmental impacts need to be there, and that's why I think AQMD and Carl Moyer programs are available to our truckers. And but establishment of the route patterns is key. I think that's also a needed thing in our community. I know that the southwesterly portion along the rail lines that abut the 1st Ward and the 3rd and the 6th Ward all have impacts on trucks. And so that would certainly be the quality of life aspects for those neighborhoods in that BNSF rail yard area. Councilman Alexander, sir, go ahead.
Yes, I move that we initiate the to study and to initiate truck routes within our city and to work conjointly with PlaceWorks to get this done within 2 years.
I'll second that.
Okay, and Councilman Alexander, did you hear what I said on some of my recommendations that we also include some of those studies on the development impact fees and how we sustain and pay for road repairs?
Development impact fees. I'm glad you brought that. Well, you know what? I would be out of order if I start talking about something else about development impact fees. So I don't want to be out of order.
Well, the chair recognizes you, and so that would be my plea and encouragement is that along with this motion, if you're okay with that, Councilman, we'd like to also make sure that we have some type of analysis on how do we repair these roads. It is germane to the conversation of what we're talking.
Okay, Mr. Mayor. As long as it does not impede the truck route study or prolongs it any longer.
Correct. It works in tandem, I think. It's a similar topic, and if you're okay with that, sir.
Yes, sir.
Fred, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine. And I think if I understand it, you're just saying let's look at maybe development impact is the wrong term, maybe just impact fees. Just fees that cover the cost of the impact any particular vehicle has on our community. So yeah, it can go parallel with it, come out at the same time. It shouldn't take more time. So yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah. And I guess to elaborate more, the impact fees, development already pays enough fees and significant amount of fees. And so I don't think there would be I'm not suggesting some additional tax or fee. What I'm suggesting is that those fees be impounded somehow to provide a sustained effort to repair that area. And what are the solutions? So we'll have staff study that, bring it back forward to us, and because this will just be a rabbit trail of continued what about our roads. And so I want to make sure that we at least assess and have staff analyze what are those impacts, how can we defray costs, and how can we continue the maintenance of it.
Okay.
All right. Miss City Clerk, are you there? There you are. If there's no further questions, let's call the roll, please.
Sorry. Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa.
Yes.
Councilmember Surratt.
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso.
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin.
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, it is about 11 p.m. tonight, and we're continuing on with our calendar. This is item number 10, successor agency action, the final approval of 2010 A Series tax allocation. Is there a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Second.
All right. Any further comments? If not, we'll call the roll. Ms. City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa.
Yes.
Councilmember Surratt.
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso.
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin.
Yes.
And Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. City Clerk. Moving on to item number 6. This is the public hearing portion of tonight's calendar. This is the This is item number 12.
Yes.
This is appeal.
I'm sorry.
11.
Item 11.
11.
Oh, my bad. Yes, thank you, council members. Item number 11, receive an oral report on Measure S Committee. Mr. City Manager.
Okay, we will keep this relatively brief. The presentation is going to be led by our finance director, Barbara Whitehorn. Barbara, please.
Mayor and members of council, good evening. I will keep this brief. The Measure S Committee report, I let them know what the budget was proposed and how council responded and what you all's recommendations were to staff to come back with. And the Measure S Committee had no specific recommendations to bring to council. They accepted our presentation, asked a few questions, and had nothing specific to bring back to council. So I really don't have anything specific to report.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry for being out of order. This doesn't require a vote then, right? Just update.
It's a receive and file, yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to our public hearing portion tonight. This is item number 12. This is to appeal 21-01 for DP-DP 2010 and ME 20-07. The recommendation is there before you. The time is approximately 11:02 p.m. I am continuing the public hearing from May 5th, 2021. The time is approximately 11:02 p.m. Could I please get a staff report on this item?
Yes, by Mike Huntley. Mike, please proceed.
Thanks, Rob. Travis Martin, our associate planner, will give a short PowerPoint presentation. Subsequent to that, we'll be available for questions. So, Travis.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Item number 12 tonight is noted as Appeal 2101. This is for Development Permit Type P 20-10 and Minor Exception 2101. The request under this development permit was to allow the construction of a new retail building, property located at 3191 North E Street. That would be the southeast corner of E Street and West Marshall Boulevard. Property just over 0.8 acres in size. It's located within the Commercial General Zoning District and the Transit Overlay District. As you can see, the aerial for the property, as mentioned, it's mostly a vacant property currently. There was one structure on the south end of the site that would be demolished as part of this and located on the southeast corner of the intersection. Next slide, please. And as noted, it is entirely within the Commercial General Zoning District, along the corridor surrounded by other commercial uses and backing up on the east side to an existing single-family residential neighborhood. Next slide, please. As mentioned, this would be a new commercial retail building, just over 10,500 square feet in size. The site plan, as it has been designed, includes driveway access from both streets, so that there's adequate movement throughout the site. And as designed, the plan does provide a total of 32 parking spaces. Based off the current code requirements, the property would require 35 spaces, so the applicant has requested a 9% reduction. That is the subject of the minor exception. Next slide. And just a little bit of background on this. This type of use in our code is classified as a general merchandise use, retail use. That is something that is permitted by right within the CG1 zone. So the item that is looked at here as part of this development permit is not subject to a consideration for the land use itself. It is in fact a site development that is subject to review. That is what the development permit type P is for. And the type P, which was reviewed by our planning commission, is specific because the property does directly abut existing residential zoning. And next slide. There's some photos of the existing site. This is looking kind of catty corner across the intersection, so you can see kind of the broad view of the whole site from left to right, including on the far right that existing structure that would be demolished as part of the project should it proceed. And one more slide. And here is the site looking south again through the vacant property directly to the structure, the existing structure at the south end of the site. And next slide, please. And here's the site plan. As it has been designed, the building would be located immediately at the corner of the intersection all the way up along the front property lines, both on Marshall and E Street. And then parking would be provided kind of on a double-sided area to the south and then directly along the building to the east side with the driveways kind of pushed to the far south end of the site and then the east end along Marshall. And next slide, please. Here's the kind of typical elevations. This is what we're looking at. This shows the entrance of the building that would be located on the southwest corner of the property. This is looking at the top elevation being the south side of the building and the lower elevation being what would be visible from east on the west side. Next slide, please. And then our landscaping plan, as you can see, we're providing landscaping all along the perimeter of the site, throughout the parking area, adequate tree coverage, and then additional, significant landscaping up along the corner and in front of the building along the public rights of way, and then additional buffering that was included along the far east end of the site to help shield the drive aisle and that adjacent parking from the residential uses. Next slide, please. And so a little bit of background on the actions that have been taken on this item. On the 9th of March, planning staff did present this item for consideration as development permit type P in the minor exception to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission, after deliberation, ultimately voted to approve the project with a vote of 3-2. Subsequently, then Resolution 2021-06 was adopted for the project. The appeal that we're considering this evening was then filed within that standard 15-day appeal period for the project. And slide. And the recommendation of staff this evening, as with the original approval or the original presentation, is to deny the appeal, thereby uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the project. One additional note I do want to add. It is the understanding of staff, once the appeal was filed and kind of as a follow-up to that, the developer of the project, who we do have here this evening, has had several meetings with the appellant and other members of the neighborhood in that area, and worked through to discuss a number of the concerns that the neighborhood did have. And they have prepared a separate document, I believe that was provided separately from the packet that you received last week, that does have a number of proposals that they're looking to bring forward as far as additional improvements and modifications they could make to the plans as were approved by the commission that are believed to address the majority of the concerns that the neighborhood has. Staff has reviewed this document, and it is the opinion of staff upon review that all of these items can be supported. Nothing that has been seen would affect the project as we considered it or as had been conditioned by the Planning Commission. Majority of the items are more, say, cosmetic in nature, additional lighting, enhanced landscaping, some other cosmetic treatments to the building to provide a more attractive frontage along East Street, additional security measures through cameras, all things that still fall within the intention and the original approval. And with that, I will open it up for questions. As I did mention, we do have the development team on the meeting as well, but also be available to answer any of your questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Travis. We appreciate staff's presentation. I will recognize the developer, David Church. Welcome, sir. Do you have any comments to the City Council tonight? Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate all of you giving us an opportunity to be before you tonight. I commend you on all your commitment and in your stamina. It's late in the evening. We'll try to be as short and brief as we can. We've been at this for quite some time now with Travis and his team have, invested a fair amount of time and capital to get our project to this point. Brought it before the Planning Commission, as everyone's aware, and had it approved. But then subsequently, we were made aware of the appeal. Immediately upon the appeal, we reached out and tried to become as aggressive as we can and as active as we can with a campaign to really understand what the issues were with the health and communication with Councilman Alexander, because it's, our property falls within his ward. We feel like we had very, great dialogue with those local neighborhood groups, as well as really the community at large, and really tried to take a sincere effort to understand what the concerns were, incorporate as many as we could. We've done that. And we hope that, obviously those measures show that you're going to get an A+ project. The other thing that I thought that would be important, that what we really learned through this process is we believe that, Dollar General and what they offer is very much supported by the residents. It's wanted by the residents. and they provide a valuable resource of those common goods in a very convenient, easy to shop, and a great value. However, what we also learned is that, you know, some of the properties that they have, that they can do a better job of figuring out how to maintain those properties and how to make sure that if we build this store, that it will be maintained properly and that will not become an eyesore within the city. And so I do believe that our project has brought to light some areas that Dollar General can address to make sure that these are great, really great developments and great assets to the city. And you know, very quickly Dollar General has gone into full, you know, operation repair mode at both the Highland store and the Waterman store. These concerns were not just brushed off or put aside. They've approved and have a budget to go repair both stores. We've talked with council members in those different wards and hope that they see and appreciate that there's there's going to be a call to action very quickly, and that these concerns are not just going unmet. So with that, you know, I turn it over to any other council members here to answer any questions and hopefully be able to address you know, any comments that we have.
Thank you very much. And I do want to say thank you very much to development community. You believe in our city. We welcome you with open arms, sir, and we thank you for your compromise and your willingness to listen to our community. As mayor of the city, it's important that we work together, and development of blighted corners will improve and raise the bar for us all. And I think this is a first-class contribution on your part, and we thank you, sir, for once again your listening ear to us. So we'll open it up to council comments and questions. Start with Councilmember Ibarra, then Councilman Charette.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. David Church, thank you for all the efforts you're making to listen to the community's needs and concerns. That is something that we definitely look forward in our developers. I just had some questions. Did you also develop the one, for example, on Baseline? Because there is a Dollar General off of Baseline. It's right south of my district, and it's been out of business since last summer. And it has been vacant since the vandalizing and the riots that we had in our city back in on May 31st of last year. I'm not sure what happened there, if they let go of their lease, but it is a vacant Dollar General on I believe on the first ward off of Baseline. And I'd like to get your perspective as a developer. You know, what kind of assistance, or what's Dollar General going to do, or what can they do, if anything, for that property? Because that's what we don't want. We don't want buildings to be built and then they become vacant in our neighborhoods. And that property is in really bad shape right now.
Yeah, council member, thank you. Well, first of all, that was not a project that we developed. I will tell you it was a very successful store, and unfortunately, timing, whatever happened to that store, Dollar General is 100% committed. They still have a lease in that facility. They're 100% committed to rebuilding that facility. They recently had gone through a very extensive remodel. We're just getting ready to be able to merchandise and open it, and it was vandalized again. And so they're back to square one, but they're still committed. They're working on how to ensure that while they're going through the construction process, that they can complete it and get the store back open and be able to serve that community. The store on Waterman, I think, has primarily kind of taken up the slack for a lot of those customers that haven't had that convenience. But I can tell you that Dollar General wants that store open. They've spent a lot of money and going to continue to spend a lot of money until it does get open, and that much I know. So.
Okay. Thank you. I was trying to understand what was going on that Dollar General.
Councilman Charette, go ahead,
Thank
sir.
you.
Yeah, well, thank you. I thank you, David. We had a conversation, and I think you can testify that I pulled no punches on what we're going to require in this community, and that the Waterman and Second Street store is appalling, and it's been in disrepair and not maintained. And I've talked to corporate, and I think we certainly, and you shared with us today, I think we certainly got Dollar General's attention today, or through this process. I want to commend my colleague, Councilman Alexander. I think he helped facilitate some of these community meetings that you were involved in. It's been a real effort. My commissioner was one of the ones that voted against it. And when I finally talked to him about it, I was frankly against it until I saw some new renderings and new layouts today. It just didn't look right. And I wasn't against the idea of a Dollar General store there, or that corner, or a developer or a business. I was against what I think, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but the transit authority requirements that we have on these TODs, these transit-oriented developments. And I think I've talked to Mike Huntley about it. We've got to readdress those things. I voted to support them 10 or 12 or 13 years ago, and they all look good on paper, but maybe didn't really understand how it was going to impact the development community. So we've got two corners at that same intersection that are parking lots, and they're generally unused parking lots for the SBX line. That's a whole nother story, but we've got to address those things because, I grew up in an era where there was a song called Pave Paradise and Put Up a Parking Lot. And I don't agree with that at all. And those are two prime locations. We've got a real problem across the street, I think, with the former Alpha Beta. And we want to work on addressing that issue because that little shopping center is not in real great shape. So anyway, I just want to thank staff and the community and my colleagues that really jumped on this thing and say that we do welcome developers and the business community with open arms, but kind of under our reasonable but high standards is what we're going to demand of our people coming to this community going forward. We've got to change the image of this community, and we've got to have high standards. And it goes back to our budgeting. We've got to get some code enforcement. Some of our problems are our own because we don't have the staff to hold people in compliance. But I'm convinced by talking to you and corporate with Dollar General that those other two stores are going to be fixed and improved and maintained on an ongoing basis. I don't want to see them improved for picture day, and then they just go back into disrepair after we've done all the nice brochures and pictures. So I am going to support this. In fact, I'm going to move that we do deny the appeal and that we go forward and allow you to build.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Alexander. And we have a couple more council members. Councilmember Kelvin and then Councilmember Reynoso.
Councilmember Reynoso was ahead of me. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. It's no secret. I'm not really a fan of discount stores, and I actually grew up right there, like right down the street. And so, Councilman Charette, I know everything that shopping center has gone through. I've seen all the failed supermarkets and all that. Councilman Alexander, you mentioned maybe it wasn't as fleshed out to you, but I was reviewing the details. And I don't believe it's that pivotal for what I'm about to say, but I think aesthetically, I need people who grew up like me to see it. I thought there were going to be like solar panels on top. I didn't see anything like that in the mock-ups. Is that there?
David?
Yes, sir. So Ben, the site plan's busy, but we have put a stipulation as a condition that we are going to provide rooftop solar for this project. There is a note. It is on the plan. It isn't designed yet. We're actually in the process. This will be the first project in California, maybe countrywide, that Dollar General's done solar. So the short answer is there will be solar. It is going to be conditioned. It isn't completely designed yet to where you see an image of panels on the building, but we did go ahead and put a note right under the top to show that, yes, we're going to be, stipulating that we're providing rooftop solar. The other item is there's going to be a dedicated EV charging spot and an EV charger. So we've done both of those items that we've agreed to provide. And happy to provide once we have the system designed, happy to obviously provide those. It'll be, included with our plans and happy to share with whomever.
You got that right, Mr. Martin?
Yes.
So I was wondering why you didn't mention that.
I'm sorry. I was that one just slipped my mind. I apologize for that. But as David did mention, it is included in their letter. It is item number 2 on one of the proposed changes that they were looking to incorporate into the revised design.
Right. And for the benefit of council also, Exhibit B, which is what is this new submittal, actually does indicate that they will be providing solar panels on the roof, and it does indicate the EV charging station as well. So that is on the exhibit.
Okay, Councilmember Kelvin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. David, I wanted to say thank you, one, for just being transparent and honest about what the constituents, of our city have mentioned to you. I think that's very, very important. And I respect that for you all, because we have had some very intense conversations, because that Highland store is in Ward 6, and you and Chris were able to take the conversation that I had that was quite direct, because this store on Highland has not been taken care of. And so had it not been for you and Chris being open to hearing the real truth about what I felt as far as Dollar General and them being a stakeholder in our community and how they were treating the community. But I would have to agree with Councilman Charette that we allowed that as well. So the decline of that store, on the exterior and the aesthetics and all of the landscaping, I have received your email that all those things are going to be taken care of, and I appreciate it. The lighting is going to be really critical. Because I know that store does generate a lot of revenue, but oftentimes when I drive up and need to run in to get something, I don't often, feel as safe because of the lighting and other things that have been allowed to take place. And like I said, it's not simply just Dollar General's issue, but it's also a city issue. So I do just wanted to just say I appreciate you, and we will be looking forward to all of those improvements at the Highland store. Thank you so much.
Councilman Alexander, sir, go ahead.
Thank you. I would appreciate David, Chris, George is on the line, Dollar General's corporate 7th Ward residents, put them through the ringer, council members, to let you know, to get this store up and running. Nothing was left unturned. We had several meetings to make sure that it's a quality product that's being brought to our city. And Dollar General, David, Chris, and George all stepped up to the plate. This is kind of development that we want. We are not anti-development in the city of San Bernardino. We just want quality development. And Mr. Martin and all your staff and Mr. Director Huntley, I hope you guys hear what we want and not just do the basics when we have quality development coming, or less than quality development coming in our city, because it starts with you guys. So I'm talking to you guys. So ask for the best, expect the best, and go above and beyond. Thank you.
Councilman, go ahead, Sanchez.
Yes. So yeah, the location on Waterman 2nd is in my district, and it was in really bad shape. My colleague Fred Charette and I toured it. The inside looked spectacular, but the outside looked like a war zone. And the property owner needs to take ownership of it. If my yard looked like that, I would have cleaned it up because it's my property. But you guys need to take ownership. But there needs to be things in place that the city can fall back on to make sure that it doesn't get that far. And so something that I would propose and this is the nexus here, is that when I proposed during the budget meeting for 9 additional code officers, I would want one code officer to be a designated mitigating measure monitor. So there's not one development now that we don't approve of here at the council that doesn't have mitigating measures. I mean, this one has how many, Mr. Mike Huntley? How many stipulated requirements are part of this project?
Or Travis, what's the number of conditions of approval?
Let me.
It's a large number. It's in the double
It is.
digits. We're talking 20, 30 of them.
Right now, it falls in the 30 to 40 range between all departments.
We don't have a single individual tasked with ensuring that those property owners comply with those mitigating measures. We don't. From everything from a warehouse to this Dollar General to the convenience store on the corner of the block, we put all these things in there, right? We want to see this, we want to see that. 6 months later, none of it's there. Or if they're a good actor, which I'm hoping that David Church is through his Dollar General, they'll comply. But if they don't, there's nothing we can do. And that's what happened on 2nd and Waterman with the Dollar General located there. So please, my colleagues, if you could remain cognizant of the fact that we're going to need someone like this. We're going to need someone who is a designated individual who goes to all the commercial properties in our city and makes sure that that the city is policing these individuals when they do business in our city, and they promise us that they're going to hold it to a certain standard. We need someone who's going to be checking on that. So if you can remember this when we do come into the budget discussions, that we need someone like this to inspect and hold these people accountable. But if there hasn't been a move to approve, I move to approve.
There's a motion. There's a motion.
Oh,
sir.
okay.
Thank you. Ms. City Clerk, I think we've had some great discussion. Let's call the roll here. We got a few more items here, so we'll call the roll, please.
Mayor, just a reminder, we have 80 public comments on this item.
80 public comments. Okay.
It's about 30 minutes.
Let's do it.
There's about a few Spanish ones, and I'll do the summary at the end.
Mayor?
Yes,
Can I do a quick comment?
Yes.
So going off on the comments by my colleague, Councilmember Sanchez, this is going to be really hard because I know some of our property owners are struggling as is with their own properties. Some of them, in order to find somebody to lease their properties, like they're even cutting deals with corporate offices. And in some cases that I've been aware of, corporate offices are being held responsible for that property, and they don't follow through even through their own contracts with the property owners. So just know that when we go after the property owners, they're the ones that are going to be already like they're struggling as is.
No, there's no justification for a property to look this bad, especially if you have a large corporation owns a lot of property. There is no excuse. There is no excuse.
I fully agree with you, but when the corporations, for example, Family Dollar in my ward, when they don't do their part of their contract with the property owner that they will maintain the property, then that's also the corporate falling down on their own word. So we just got to make sure that we have businesses that follow their word.
Ms. City Clerk, before we play the public comments, I am leaving the meeting tonight. I'll hand it over to the Mayor Pro Tem. And I wish the viewing audience, thank you very much for your patience with our city. A lot of good progress here, and I'll hand it over now to the Mayor Pro Tem. And Ms. City Clerk, if you please roll the tape on the public comments.
Courtney, if you could proceed to play the public comments.
Hello, this is Linda Negretti, and I reside at 3132 North 30th Street, and this is for the closed section meeting on the development project on East Street, the dollar store. I really oppose on that. I can't. There's a fear of the transients walking back and forth, increased traffic, we don't need a dollar store in that corner. We have one on Highland Avenue. We have actually two on Highland Avenue. So I really do not want one. Okay, thank you.
My name is Tim Warner, and this is about the open session, number 6, Dollar General. I just wanted to call and say I'm very supportive of it. We had a store burned down and close, and we just need this other one up here. So I appreciate you supporting it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brian Smith. I'm calling on in support of the open session agenda item number 6, the Dollar General Neighborhood Retail Center. Seems like a perfect location for it. It lends well to the SBX line for those that are commuting. Can grab their items and walk on home or drive on home. But I'm in full support of the development center and look forward to being approved and shopping there soon. Thank you very much.
Yes, my name is Carol Miller. I'm a resident of San Bernardino. I live in the area of 48th and Little Mountain, and I'm calling for the general public to tell you that I am in support of having the Dollar General store built on the corner of, I believe it's Marshall and Northeast Street. And I would be willing to shop at that store, and I think it would help deter the homeless that we have a major problem with in our city. And I think it would be a good community investment. And from what I've been in the other stores, they have affordable groceries and essential goods. And I would definitely shop there. And I go through there quite often. And I definitely would shop because I'm not too far from that area. So I just wanted to say I would be supportive, very much so, of that building going in there, the Dollar General. And my name is Carol Miller, if you want to return my call, 909-800-8817. And I've been in San Bernardino over 50 years. Thank you. Bye-bye.
This is open session agenda number 6. My name is Marisela Frazier, and I'm calling in support of a new Dollar Tree store, and we welcome that. We really need it in the neighborhood. And with this message, there will be more people calling. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Hi, my name is Sandra Martin. I live on Edgemont Drive in North San Bernardino. I'm calling about Agenda 6. I do believe that this would be good for our neighbor. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is Maria Torres. I'm calling because I support the Dollar Tree store to build a Dollar Tree store on Marshall and East Street. We need a store like that up here by the north side of San Bernardino. So we're supporting the store, build the store in the area. Thank you.
This is James William Frazier, and I'm leaving a message in support of session agenda number 6 for a Dollar General opening in the city of San Bernardino. It'd just be convenient to have one over here, and I think it would be good for the community overall to have a store like that around. And so, yeah, that's it.
Hi, this is Patricia Fox, and I live in the area where you're planning to put the Dollar Tree store. We have a lot of problems up in this area of undesirable people hanging out directly across the street at that little shopping center, and this is only going to aggravate the problem by putting in this Dollar Tree with parking lots behind it, because they're going to be over there and they're going to be behind the store. And we, all the property owners in my area are very much opposed to this. Just wanted to let you know that.
I was calling. My name is Norma Servan. I was calling on behalf of open session number 6. That we should have a Dollar Tree for $10 or $1 around our neighborhood. It'd be a great thing for our community and give the younger community a good opportunity to have a job. And we don't have a store that completes all that, which you guys provide.
This is for agenda number 6. My name is Rhiannon Appel. I'm in favor of a Dollar General. I believe we need that type of store in our area.
Hello, this is Claire Clark calling regarding public hearing today for the Mayor and City Council on May 5th, 2021 for the open session regarding agenda item number 6. I and other adult members of my household, as well as numerous neighbors I have spoken with, are very much in favor of having a retail store built on the vacant lot at 3191 North East Street. I am a property owner within 500 feet of this property. It will be a very welcome change in our immediate area and for Ward 7 in general. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Good evening, council members. My name is Esmeralda, and I'm a 7th Ward resident. This call is in support of the Dollar General that is proposed to be built at the corner of Marshall and East Street. I hope that you allow this developer to come here. We, the residents, have already lost many businesses throughout the area, specifically around the Baseline area. Dollar General closed on Baseline. Smart & Final was also on Baseline. Dallas was on Baseline, and they closed. At the corner of Waterman and 9th, Subway closed. Churches on Waterman and Baseline closed. Big Lots on Waterman and Baseline closed. And if you recall, the Stater Brothers that was closer to Waterman at the corner of Waterman and Baseline moved from one side of the parking lot to the other. There was also a Stater Brothers, the corner of Waterman and 40th. They did the same. They moved from one location of the parking lot to the other. No requirement was made to ask them to do something with their old building, just as the same has happened with county buildings. You have opened and closed many buildings over and over and over just to open up another one within blocks, a walking distance away from where they had closed the other one, just like the one that's on Highland near Muscogee, and they opened up one on 27th. Very close to one another, yet nothing's happening with the old ones. I hope that that's not a hindrance to allow a business to develop in this area. Different area, let them be successful. It is needed. Nothing has been opening around this location. We see Kendall being very successful in the 5th Ward. Please allow the 7th Ward to continue to grow. Thank you so much, and I hope that you approve the development.
This is Larry Johnson. I support approving agenda item number 6 in the open session, approval of the 99-cent store at Marshall and E Street. Secondly, I'm wondering when the City Council is ever going to address the fireworks problem that we have. I've sent numerous emails to the Council, and no one has ever answered. No one has ever addressed this problem. Maybe you don't think it's a problem. If that's the case, then simply say so. Tell us that there is a problem. Fireworks have been going off ever since the first of the year. You threaten the people that use them with fines, but you have no mechanism to enforce it. So the threat is meaningless. I'd appreciate it if you would at least tell us, are we going to do something to improve this situation, or are we just going to let it slide? Thank you. This is Larry Johnson. I'm in Ward 4.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Nick DeMartz, and I've been a resident of San Bernardino since the early 70s. I would like to speak on item number 6. The council should deny the appeal and allow the building on the property to move forward. The planning department approved the project. and it is zoned correctly for the proposed business that would be locating there. Moving forward with this project will bring construction, electrical, and plumbing jobs to our city. It will also provide a neighborhood store that area residents can purchase needed items without having to drive. Dollar General has a long history of hiring people locally to fill their job openings and promoting from within. With the high unemployment in our city, this project will benefit our residents. Again, I ask that you deny the appeal and allow this to move forward. Thank you.
Council members, Mayor Valdivia. I'm born and raised in San Bernardino. I am now raising my children here. My public comment is to share my support of the Dollar General that is proposed for the corner of Marshall and
Mayor and members of the council. Marion, I'm calling to support the development of the Dollar General at Marshall and East Street. Thank you.
Hello, my name is George Benson. I was calling in regards to the agenda item number 6, which is the Dollar General in North San Bernardino. And I'm calling to show my support. I think that would be really good for the area, and we could use that. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Marvin Norman. I'm a resident of San Bernardino in the 7th Ward on Pumelo Street. I'm calling in regards to a public session for public hearing item number 6, Appeal 21-01 for DP-P 20-10 and ME 20-01 on the agenda packet. Calling in general support of the item. It's good to finally see something would get built in that corner that's been vacant for as long as I can remember. Only concern, I guess I missed it with the public in the planning commission, but looking through the documents from when it was back in that body, I did notice that it looks like there's the driveway on the that opens onto East Street, and it looks like they're not doing anything about the left turns, but East Street, especially there, has a speeding problem, and it's, you know, just crashes waiting to happen. So it would be good to see that the design of the driveway is done in a way to restrict the left turns, at least out from the driveway, preferably potentially into, if there's really not space for the left turn capacity onto Marshall, and to have a left turn pocket into that driveway. So you just might have to have no left turns out of that driveway at all. But once again, general support of seeing something get built there, but I am concerned that that left turn issue out of that southern driveway onto East Street will be a safety problem going forward. So it'd be good to see that change made to make sure that we could prevent crashes from happening before they happen. Thank you for your time, and have a good evening.
Hi, my name's Penny. I support the Dollar General store being built in the north end of San Bernardino. It's Agenda 6 items. Agenda 6. I think that it's something that will do well in that area. There's nothing for the community as far as something to buy household products. We would appreciate it. Thanks, and have a great day.
Hi, my name is Lucy, and I support a new Dollar General, agenda number 12 in West Marshall and Northeast Street. Thank you.
This message is for agenda number 12. My name is George, and I support a new Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street.
This message is for agenda 12. My name is Philip Berry, and I support a new Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street.
Hello, my name is Joseph Norwood at 580 West Marshall, and I support a new Dollar General at West Marshall. I support the new Dollar General Agenda 12 at West Marshall and Northeast Street.
Hi, I'm agenda number 12. My name is Clarissa Simpson, and I support the new General in the West Marshall and Northeast Street.
Thank you.
This message is for agenda number 12. My name is Carlos, and I support the new general, the Dollar General of West Marshall and Northeast Street.
Hi, my name is George Toledo. I'm calling to let you know that I supported the new Dollar General of West Marshall, Northeast Street. And please go to the agenda number 12.
My name is Elaine, and this message is for agenda number 12. My name is Felicia Poe, and I support a new Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street. This message is for agenda number 12. My name is Savannah Ostrom, and I support the new Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street.
¿Cómo? Mi nombre es Irma Cano. Ah.
Mi nombre
es Irma Cano.
Estoy hablando para el mensaje de agenda número 12.
Estoy hablando por agencia número 12.
I support.
I support.
Agenda number 12.
Agenda
number 12.
Número 12.
Dollar General.
Dollar General.
At
West
Marshall
and North Street. Sí nos gustaría porque pues hace.
This message is for agenda 12. My name is Mark Kohler, and I support this Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street.
This message is for agenda number 12. My name is Adrian, and I support the new Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street.
Hi, my name's Dominique, and I support a new Dollar General at the West Marshall and Northeast Street. Agenda number 12.
My name is Edward Chavez. I support the dollar store.
Agenda number 12.
Agenda number 12.
Graduated there in 57.
All right.
Is that my phone ringing?
Oh, this message is for agenda number 12. My name is Katie Bartlett, and I support the new Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street.
This is a message for agenda 12. My name is Marquis Rawlinson, and I support a new Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street. Please make this happen.
All right. This message is for agenda number 12. My name is Jasmine, and I support a new Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street.
This message is for agenda number 12. My name is Randy Nash, and I support a new Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street.
Hi, my name is Ricky Rodriguez, and I support the new Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street for agenda number 12.
Thank you, guys.
You can have that.
Yeah, my name is Albert Bonnet, and this message is for agenda number 12. I support the Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street. I support 100%. I hope they build it. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay. My name is Alex Willis, and I am in support of the new Dollar General on West Marshall and Northeast Streets. Agenda number 12.
Que hagan una tienda que está.
Do you want to leave a message?
Nada más dice que sí se apoya a agenda número 12.
Yo apoyo a agenda número 12. Mi nombre es Michelle Villa.
Oh, okay. Gracias.
This is Tyrone. I live on Genesee Avenue. We're calling about agenda number 12, and I support a new Dollar General on West Marshall and Northeast Street. Thank you.
Hola, yo soy Guadalupe Fuentes y yo apoyo la agenda número 12 para hacer una Dollar General.
Hola, mi nombre es María y sí aprueba la agenda número 12 para hacer un dólar general en la West Marshall y la Northeast Street. Muchísimas gracias.
Hola, mi nombre es Ricardo Flores. Apruebo la agenda, el número 12, para que hagan un dólar general.
This message is for agenda number 12. My name is Chris, and I support a new Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street. Thank you.
This message is for agenda number 12. My name is Patricia Moreno, and I support a new Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street.
My name is Amanda Caraway, and I support a new Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street. This message is for agenda number 12.
This message is for agenda number 12. My name is Lorraine Lopez, and I support a new Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sam Mason. I support Agenda 12 for the Dollar General on Marshall and East Street.
Hi, this message is for Agenda 12. My name is Maria, and I support a new Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street.
This message is for agenda number 12. My name is Ramon Gomez, and I support a new Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street.
Yes, this is Ramon Rodriguez, and I was calling about the agenda item number 12, and I would support a new Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street. Thank
you. My name is Julio. I support with the San Bernardino City Council. This message for Agenda 12. My phone number is 626-290-3732. I support the agenda number 12. Thank you.
Hola, mi nombre es Pancho. Calling about agenda 12. I was calling for a support for the Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street. Gracias.
Hola, mi nombre es Isabel Contreras y esto es para decirles que sí apruebo la agenda número 12 para que hagan un dólar general por la West Marshall y la Norte Street. Gracias. Para hacer un general. Hola, mi nombre es Dubin Troches. Apoyo a la agenda general 12, perdón. Para hacer un dólar general. Para hacer un dólar general.
Hello, this is Bob. I was calling in favor of agenda item number 12. And I would like to support the new Dollar General store on West Marshall and Northeast Street. Thank you.
This message is for agenda number 12. My name is Angelina Friend, and I support a new Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street. That's all. Okay.
Hi, this message is for agenda number 12. My name is Samantha, and I support a new Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street. It should bring in good business to our city that we need. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay.
This message is for agenda number 12. My name is Tom Herman. I support a new Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street.
Hi, this is Alicia Hamlin, and I'm speaking for myself, my husband, and family. For Agenda 12, open, I support a new Dollar General West store at Northeast Street. Much better than the noise pollution and air pollution of the Amazon crap that wants to be brought in. So thank you so much. Bye-bye.
This message is for Agenda 12. My name is Stacy, and I support a new Dollar General at West Marshall and Northeast Street.
Hi, this message is for Agenda number 12. My name is Lisa, and I support a new Dollar General at the West Marshall and East Street. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Delvin Hardy. I'm in support of item 12, the Dollar General, for the convenience, the price, and betterment of the community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ebony Romar. I'm currently a resident in the city of San Bernardino and a county of San Bernardino employee. This is in regards to agenda item number 12 for the Dollar General Plus off of Marshall Street, I believe. I'm in favor of it because we are currently in a food desert in San Bernardino where a lot of the residents here do not have access to fresh groceries to use for their families and stuff. And if we're part of the first 5 for the state of California, I believe that this would be a great addition to the area for the residents to be able to get those fresh items instead of looking for a grocery store or having to have food delivered. And not everyone is currently receiving like EBT, so they're not able to get the free delivery from groceries, and so they're paying extra fees just to get groceries to their home, which is unacceptable for our city or county. So I'm in favor of the Dollar General coming to Marshall. Thank you for your time.
Hello, this is for agenda item 12. This is Shauna Spellacy, and I am for the Dollar General in the North San Bernardino area. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes, this is for agenda number 12. My name is Sue Sanford, and I support the Dollar General coming to because we need a decently priced store that's going to provide for the convenience items that we tend to have to go way too far for. Plus, it's going to bring employment opportunities. Thank you.
This is going to be for Agenda 12. This is Tina Barreria. I live on Acacia Avenue in San Bernardino, where you guys, where you guys are going to be putting the Dollar General. And I am in for the, for the store. Reason being is because we don't have any stores near our location. The next nearest store is Stater Brothers, and that's over the hill. So I think that would be something that this neighborhood needs, is a little convenience market. Thank you.
I'm calling to support Agenda 12 for Dollar General. I think it would be good for the city. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maria Duran. I'm calling because I want you guys bring new Dollar General Plus to Northern or San Bernardino. We need a store up here. Please help us to bring new Dollar General Plus to the northern side of San Bernardino. Thank you. Have a great day. My number is 909-246-6581. My name is Maria Duran. Thank you. Have a great day.
My name is Hannah Frazier in support of agenda number 12, Dollar Plus to the North End, San Bernardino. Thank you.
Yes, I'm calling in support of Agenda 12 for the new dollar store. My address is 470 West 53rd Street in San Bernardino, 92407. My name is Robert Frazier. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marta Torres. I'm calling about the Agenda 12. Bring San Bernardino Dollar General Plus is Agenda 12 to the north side of San Bernardino. We approve the store. Thank you. Have a great day. My phone number is 909-246-6581. My name is Marta Torres. Thank you. Have a great day.
Yes, this is Amber. I'm addressing agenda item number 12. I would like the Dollar General
proposed to be built at 3191 Northeast Street to be approved. Marshall and E has been vacant for so long. I would like to see it in there. There are so many homeless that are living there at that location. Thank you.
Yes, hi, my name is Tanya, and I would love to have a Dollar General on Marshall and East. Number 12.
Hi there, this is for item 12. I just want to say that I support Dollar General coming to the San Bernardino area. That'd be great. Thank you so much.
Hi, this is Jennifer Wheeler. This is in accordance to item 12. I'm in favor of Dollar General because it would be a very great idea for the community to have another Dollar General on East Street.
Hello, my name is Carol Boudre, and I live here in the north end of San Bernardino. I've lived here for 23 years. I'm calling about the open session item number 12, the new Dollar General store on the southeast corner of Marshall and E Street. I am endorsing this. I think it's a real positive thing for our city, especially in the north end. We have a lot of seniors and disabled and people without cars, and this would provide a place for them to shop as well as others. It would also increase our economy, enhance employment, and I just feel, I came from a government setting, and I just feel it's a real positive thing for our community. We really need something like this. Right now, it's attracting the homeless. It's an encampment for loiterers, drug activity, and other things going on over there, and it's become a nuisance to the citizens in that area. Thank you very much. I really support this item, agenda number 12. Thank you.
The Spanish recorded comments that were submitted by Ms. Irma Cano, Michelle Villa, Guadalupe Fuentes, Maria, no last name provided, Ricardo Flores, Isel Contreras, and Ruby Troches all stated that they were in support of agenda item number 12 to build the Dollar General. That concludes the public comments. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. So now we are closing the public hearing at 12:04 a.m., May 20th, 2021. And now we are opening up for deliberation and action. Do we have a motion?
I had already motioned.
Okay.
And I second it.
Yes.
You need to call for the vote.
Ms. City Clerk, can you call for the vote?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. Now we'll be transitioning over to the consent calendar. Do we have any polls from any of my colleagues tonight?
21.
21. Councilwoman Calvin?
I just had a question on 14, and forgive me, but I just wanted to double check. On item 14, so we did dissolve the Heroes Military Banner Program. Did we? You did not dissolve the program. You voted to dissolve the 3 council subcommittees and to transition the program, formalize it in a established policy that would enable it to be self-sustaining and managed by staff with a rollout. So that is what's presented for adoption tonight, is to formalize the dissolution of the 3 council standing subcommittees and to establish the policy to carry forward the military banner program. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any more polls?
If not, motion to approve the balance.
Second.
Second.
Ms. City Clerk, can you call the vote?
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. Now if we can go to item 21. It was pulled by Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes, the reason for my pull is that one of the listed projects is within 500 feet of my house, and so I have to recuse myself on that one. But I do want to vote on these other projects because they're good projects, and I want to give my affirmative vote for those. So I'll leave it to the discretion of our sitting chair. But shall we take one and then the other? Which one should we do first?
Madam City Attorney, didn't we discuss this last session or a session ago regarding, I brought up the same thing and you gave us clarification, correct?
Yes. So when you have a consent calendar item, if you just want to note your abstention and no one pulls the item, if it's not pulled off the agenda, we can just pull his one part out of it and he can vote on the rest. But if the item is actually pulled for further discussion, we're going to have to kick him off the Zoom. So 21 is you were the only one that pulled that item, Mr. Sanchez?
Yes.
Yes. So what I would recommend at this point is to note your abstention. We would take two separate votes. We would vote on the portion where you have a conflict and you would not participate, and then you could vote on the balance.
But just for clarification, Sonia, does he actually have a conflict? If it's not solely him who's benefiting, correct? So he doesn't actually have a conflict. Is that how you describe it to me?
Yes. In this situation, it might be a little different as explained, as I understand it, because of the nature of the type of improvements. But if the improvements are all the same, they're general, and they're going to affect everyone in exactly the same way, then there is no conflict. But my understanding is there's a particular type of improvement that will be different than it is in the other areas. That's the way it was explained to me.
Yes. So if we put in restricted truck routes, right, which benefit everyone in the city, then I wouldn't recuse myself, right, because we're all benefiting from it. But in this case, they're repaving a part of the street that I'm right next to. So I would have to. Yeah.
That was my understanding. So it's just all you have to do at this point is note your abstention on your portion. If the agenda report was written in a way that you can bifurcate that out. Alternatively, you could just abstain on the whole item and we could get on with it at 12:15 in the morning.
No, I want to vote on everything else, but it's just item the first project listed, which is King Street between K and Mount Vernon, which is the very first one.
Okay,
I move the balance.
That would be for items 2 through. Wait, how many do we have here? 9. Wait, 6. Right? It's 6 projects total.
9 projects.
Okay.
9.
9.
Yeah.
Councilmember Reynoso.
Mr. Cusa, you probably be the best one to answer this. You or Chris.
Sure, sir.
Is there intention to repave from Kendall at 8th Street to Little Mountain anywhere in the future? I know it's not on this.
We certainly can look at it, sir. I'm not aware, I can look at if that is included within the other funding, but I will let you know. I can email you with that.
All right, that's fine.
If that okay with the city manager.
Sure. I don't know if someone's second an approval.
Want a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Alexander seconded. Ms. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Kelvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And now we'll take a second vote for the first item on the list.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll. Call the vote.
Councilmember Sanchez, you're abstaining. Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes, noting that Councilmember Sanchez has abstained from this item.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. And now we go on to items to be considered for future meetings. And item number 23, extend public notifications for public hearings from 500 to 1,000 feet by Councilmember Alexander.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Director Huntley is also on the line. We talked about this, extending the notification to residents from 500 feet to 1,000 feet, and also notifying tenants as well as property owners when development is going on. Did I get all that correct, Mr. Huntley?
Yes, you did.
Motion to approve because yes.
Second.
Ms. City Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa, Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. Item 24, reestablish the Luis Ojeda San Bernardino Food Fest Extravaganza as a city coordinated and sponsored monthly or bi-monthly event. Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes. First of all, I want to note that there is a misspelling. It's not BY, it's BI for bi-monthly. And I'm assuming that most council members know what I'm talking about here. We need to take ownership of the narrative of our city's story. And right now, it's held by mean-spirited, angry people online and out on the streets to say, oh, this is the worst city, and this is awful, and there's nothing to do here, and it's ugly, and whatever else. And what I want to do is really plant the first seed of a series of things we can do. We have the San Bernardino Arts Fest, or the SB Arts Fest. We have the San Bernardino Air Fest. This could be the San Bernardino Food Fest. We could have the San Bernardino Music Fest, and we could have the San Bernardino Performing Arts Fest. And we have a series of SB trademarked type fests, right? And they become a series. I hope that one day in the future, I'll get a flyer that'll be a one page that'll have their January, February, March, all the months of the year with a different event the city's hosting, and it'll be the SB Series Fest. And this is something we should take ownership of because we tried this years ago. We had the Wednesday food trucks, and it was city-led, and it failed miserably. But Luis Ojeda showed to us that it's possible, it's viable. The last time I was able to attend one of these events before the pandemic shut everything down, there were so many people coming in, and there was so much energy that it was spilling out onto the streets. People were going down to the Breezeway. People were going to the Enterprise building. It was growing, and he's bringing it back. And we shouldn't just sit back and hope that he can handle it and shoulder that entire burden in perpetuity. We need to see and capitalize on this opportunity that's right there in front of us.
I see Councilmember Charette and then Councilmember Reynoso.
Yeah, well, I agree with this. My concern, though, and this is a legal question, is the liability. And of course, we're always in liability. Probably the fact that it's on our property is a liability. But I don't want, at this point in time, again, we've got some additional revenues, and we used to have Route 66, and we used to sponsor that, and we used to spend a lot of money on it. And I'm all for that if the funds are available and if they're appropriate to be spent. So lending our name to it is I don't have a problem with that. I would be concerned about the the legal liability if we put our name on it. I support the organization, what Luis Ojeda has done. They've done a marvelous job. I would probably say that the food trucks, it didn't really fail. It kind of ran its course. They were a real kind of a, what do you call it when something starts off, it's really great, everyone gets excited, and then they just kind of wear out. They kind of peter out. It got old. It was kind of a, and it does take somebody to keep that going. So, and Luis and his team have done that. So I'm supportive of this, and certainly, I guess we're voting to bring it back as an item, and that would all come back in the report as far as legalities and other issues that we might want to consider when we actually vote to put our name on it. I see Jim Tickmeyer coming on screen, so he must have something to say about it.
He's hiding in the grass.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make myself available because I have had some conversation with Luis regarding the event and potentially bringing it back. And I think the intent with Mr. Ojeda is for us to team up with him and potentially provide a very low level actually of support to just help them bring the event back, make it larger, involve more of the downtown community and businesses. So, you know, we can work forward with the group that's organizing it, and as Councilmember Sanchez said, piggyback off of what they already have and just help support them in getting it back going again and getting our community involved and getting everybody out and socializing again.
Yeah, well, thank you, and I support that.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynoso?
Yeah, I'm gonna be candid. Just bigger than the person, I really appreciate his team. I got two comments. One, Mr. Ojeda doesn't have the greatest reputation, like in the actual community. He has like a really good, like outside, and I appreciate what he does down there and he cleans up. But I'm also aware that he was scraping a lot of the vendors when it was happening. They definitely were not maxing their profits. It was unfair. I'm gonna be very candid about that. This is my opportunity to do that. I support it, but I also want to have a conversation since we're in the spirit of it's bigger than one person. Come on, let's think about like what's going to be on the outside of that. How are we going to enforce like street vending on the outside? And let's be realistic and start to think about what we're actually going to do. We need to be thinking about things. I know maybe it's separate. We need to be thinking about some kind of funding with the Mexican consulate to educate and to get people their health permits, because these people are going to want to vend right there, and we're going to be putting on an event right there. And so my request with this, when it comes back, I advise, is that we're making sure that the people who are selling food there aren't being scraped, that the city, if we're co-hosting it, we get some profit too, so that we can do something with that money. So we have a pot that develops that we can think about things to do with that money.
Thank you. Ms. City Clerk, any more comments before we call the vote or motion?
There wasn't a motion made.
No.
I move to approve. Bringing this back to us.
Yeah, and I'll second it because it's going to come back to us in the form of a report that tells us, answers some of the questions that we've all raised right now. So I support getting on an agenda and having it vetted and discussed. So I'll second that. If that's what we're doing.
And make sure that we have Councilman Reynoso's, that the city gets some of this money, so maybe we can use it on graffiti removal or something.
Yeah, all types of stuff, right?
Ms. City Clerk, can you call the vote?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Kelvin?
Yes.
And Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. Next item to be considered for future meeting, item 25. Establishment of a data-driven pavement management system to continually assess the condition of the city's roadways and the creation of a user-friendly and transparent tool to allow council, staff, and the public to visualize the condition of the city's street assets, brought forth by Councilmember Sanchez. Mr. Sanchez?
Yes. I mean, it seems pretty straightforward, but I'm not sure
Move
we
to
have that in
approve.
place. Second.
City Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. Now, do we have any items to be referred to committee? Any council members? Okay, seeing none, we'll go on to the next item. Reports on conferences or meetings attended by any of my colleagues. Seeing none, we'll go to the next item, which is the adjournment. Okay. The next, we're going to adjourn our meeting. The next joint regular meeting of the mayor and the city council and the mayor and city council as the successor agency to the redevelopment agency will be held on Wednesday, June 2nd, 2021 via teleconference. Closed session will begin at 5:30 p.m. and open session will begin at 7 p.m. Thank you all for attending and watching our meeting. Thank you.